No need to wait for anyone.
But anyway, so I was saying apparently that like they don't want to give, like my HR person doesn't want to give exceptions to people to work from home unless like they themselves are extremely high risk, because they don't want it to turn into like a typhoon of everybody asking for accommodations.
That sounds like that sounds like how you treat like kids or something. Like that's not even.
Well, it is. I mean, yes, it is a school, but
yeah, I mean that sounds shitty to me. Like you're treating people like children. Like, oh well, if I tell you you can stay home, then everyone's gonna want to stay home. It's like, well, if I have someone at home that's of risk, like I have every right to that concern.
Well, and it's like she's already proven, and again, like I don't care either way, like, but like, because I think that it's more of an acceptable risk level for my life circumstances right now. But like, honestly, if they're gonna be afraid that like she's not gonna do the work from home or whatever, like she's been teaching all her classes remotely since March. Like, you think she's just going to suddenly stop in September because everyone else is in the building and she's not?
Wait, who's she?
My coworker.
Oh.
Who was saying she lives with like her parents who are diabetic.
Oh, and they don't want to let her teach from home?
Yeah, like HR doesn't want to let her teach from home. Like they sent her back like a blanket response saying, oh, well, we're doing everything. These are the safety precautions that we're taking in the buildings. And she was just kind of like, because she's not worried about being in the buildings. She's worried about having to take the subway because she has like as long of a commute as I do.
Right. I think, and actually that's,
and we can't afford, we're teachers. We can't afford to take a lift every day.
Right. Neither can many of the people where I work. And I think that's probably the one thing that legal aid really has been very surprisingly, they've been great. They've been great about this. But the only thing, and this was mentioned, the only, because someone asked, the only thing they really can't do is like the only where they can't help is the transportation, because they're doing everything they can to ensure people are
safety once you're in the building.
Yeah, correct. But there's no, but they can't afford to hire have people come back and forth to work in taxis. So that's just the sort of thing.
Or buy them cars for that matter.
Yeah.
Or buy them zip car memberships.
Right.
That scares me that traffic is going to be like a fucking nightmare because.
Right. Well, yeah. So that was the only thing, they had really good plans for having people coming in, like dividing the office up into halves, like rotating everything. So that, like, half the office comes in one week and then half the office comes in the other week. And then, but it's Fridays are like the Fridays the office is closed, so that like there's an extra day of deep cleaning, which is really good. So that sounds great. But again, the only thing they couldn't do, because somebody did say, well, it takes some of us, like a lot of us have to rely on public transportation, and they're like, unfortunately,
unfortunately we can't pay for you to take a lift every day.
About that. There's nothing they can do about that.
Yeah, the only thing they can do is allow people to work from home, which they should do.
If they're in a high, if they're.
I mean, here's my thing about it. If you have a good reason, I don't see why they should say, no, you can't work from home.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Like, I don't think that, like, I mean, and when I say a good reason, I mean, like, you're immunocompromised.
Yeah.
You live with your Aunt Betsy, who's immunocompromised.
Of course.
You're pregnant.
Of
like,
course.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, no, those are good
like,
reasons.
I don't know. I mean, like,
We know we're not talking. We know no.
No.
one here is talking about someone who's like, I just don't feel like coming into work today.
yeah,
Like that's,
well, not even, I don't feel like coming into work today, but I feel like even
like working in the
saying
office.
I'm scared is like just a general term, like if that makes
Yeah.
any sense. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, anxiety is a different thing because that's a medical diagnosis.
Right.
That's a condition, but like,
Well, at the end of the day, they've got to appeal to the highest level of science, and it can't just be because of 45 is saying come back, or it can't even be because uh, Cuomo, wants business to start doing well or whatever. It's got to be like because the highest science of the land, unencumbered or unharassed by 45 or any of his people.
Why did the CDC do a sudden about face? Was it because he threatened their funding?
probably.
It's good. It's got to be. It smelled
I
pretty
smell a rat.
suspicious. Yeah, it smelled very suspicious.
I mean, hasn't he like didn't? I mean, I could be making this up. I thought that I saw something where it said that he was gonna like. I know he's like withdrawing from WHO, but
Yes.
he also say something about like everyone needs to go back to school or I'm gonna like cut their funding. I may be making that up.
He had said stuff.
He did say that.
Yeah, he did say that like a few weeks ago, right?
But that's
He's
what I
been
thought.
saying this
Yeah.
stuff.
Like 3
He's been
weeks
saying
ago.
he's been saying this stuff for a while. One good news is that some I don't know what you call them. I don't know if you call them justice departments or what have you, but I know that places are standing up to 45 and his feds coming into their towns. Specifically, I don't know if it's the DA of Philly or.
Yep, I saw that.
That's what I
That
sent
was
you, that
great.
article.
There's like,
Yeah.
we're prepared to prosecute them if they break the law. Yeah, I saw that. That was great.
Yeah, well, I think that's a very well-known progressive DA that got in there.
And even Cuomo, for all of his like, moderate old boys club BS, basically said if you try that crap in New York, we're gonna sue you.
Yeah, well, Cuomo wants to look good for standing up to 45, so that's not a surprise.
Yeah,
I'm
not the biggest Cuomo fan.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that like you have to question his motives, but in saying it, but it ultimately
it's good for the state.
Ultimately, I'm glad he said that, as opposed to like living in Florida where the governor like kowtows to everything that 45 wants.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, this is like they say that the U.S. is like the Florida of the world now.
Well, we're just talk about Florida man.
Yeah.
Like that Florida man means something now.
Yeah, well, it's only gotten worse. It's only gotten worse for sure.
Yeah. What about in California though? In California, wow, like all of a sudden, like California's becoming the worst now. Like how did that?
Misha and I were having this conversation the other day, comparing New York and California, and because California was on stay-at-home orders before we were even on.
Yes, I know.
Stay-at-home orders.
Yes, I know. Which was good for them,
But like, what ultimately, where they went wrong, what ultimately ended up happening, was that like extremely like more conservative-leaning counties in Southern California, because like if you extracted Northern California's numbers out from California as a whole, they're not that much higher, I think, than New York's. But Southern California, there's a bunch of Republican counties that basically bullied the governor of California into like
Gavin.
And I like Gavin Newsom, but they basically bullied him into like allowing individual counties to make reopening decisions. So consequently, what ends up happening is that like San Francisco, Oakland, the whole Bay Area, Sacramento, like the Bay Area, they're doing the right thing and handling things more like New York. But in Southern California, they just flung open the doors to everything because there's just much more of a culture in in like LA than in San Francisco or New York for that matter, of selfishness. Like, where everybody's like, well, I want to go back to like, LA and Miami is the same way. Everyone's like, well, I want to go back to the bar and I want to get my nails done and I want to. I should tell them to make their own salon like I did. But no,
yeah, they did. Well, yeah, I mean, there's an element of that here too, though.
I mean, there is, but I feel like there's been a lot more like viral Karen videos coming out of California that have to do with mask wearing than coming from New York. Like a lot of the videos where you see like the ladies, like the Karens throwing fits.
Oh, leave that. Oh my God, I feel bad for people who are actually named Karen now, though.
I know, I do too.
It's not their fault.
I call them Corona Karens.
Yeah, the Corona Karens, a lot of them are coming from California.
It's not their fault. It's not their fault.
It's a lot of alliteration.
And that's not alliteration. Corona starts with a C.
But like, yeah, but
well,
it's
alliterations. I thought alliteration was based on sound, not the actual letter. Yeah.
But like,
mistake. I thought it was based on. I thought it was also based. I mean, yes, no. I see your point though. I get it. I guess I'd read too many descriptions of alliterative referring to it starting with the actual same letter, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But like, I think the big thing is like, a lot of the, as you so aptly put it, Corona Karens are coming from like LA and places in Southern California, at least the videos that I've seen, where like, the lady, there's the one in San Diego. Did you see this? Where like,
so you're saying that Corona Karens are coming from California?
A lot of them are. Like, there was the one that I think I brought up like a couple weeks back. I think I was talking about it actually, like at that point when we accidentally caught you on tape making a customer service phone call. Like, I think what made that so funny was that the rest of us were having a conversation while that was going on about the Starbucks barista who had like some lady screaming in her face about like that she can't, screaming in the barista's face that she can't wear masks because of like breathing problems. And quite frankly, they all say they have breathing problems and like, but yet they're all like yelling like a bunch of banshees, so their breathing problems must not be too bad.
Right.
I am quasi seriously considering writing a horror screenplay involving Corona Karens. It just seems
that would be great.
Yeah, just be like a horror movie. Like the villains are called Corona Karens. It seems ripe. It seems like there's potential there.
Let me speak to your goddamn manager.
Oh no, it would yes, but it would be metaphor. It would have to be a little more metaphorical than literal. But yeah, absolutely. Right. It just seems like there's something real there, like monsters called Corona Karens. It just seems like it's there. The potential's there.
Like horror movie monsters called Corona Karens.
Yep. I mean, they already made a movie. They already did Chud. It can't get any lower than that.
What if the horror movie, if the Corona Karens like were dressed up like bottles of Corona beer? And
something.
What if they were like monsters that looked like Corona beer cans, but with mouths that all the mouths could do was scream and yell and at the bartenders?
or just or call the police unnecessarily. Something, just like. I want it to be. I would want it to. I wouldn't want it to be. That's just me. I wouldn't want it to be quite on the nose, but
Yeah, you definitely don't want it to be.
I don't want it to be that on the
too
nose.
on the nose,
but when it gets, I would rather a movie. I don't. When it comes to movies, like if there's going to be a political message, I want it to arise naturally out of the story rather than making like the characters talking pieces or just like being that. Because it's not fun to go. At least for me, I don't like going to movies to get lectured. But if it's honest, then
well,
it's.
I also like the ones where half the audience doesn't even get the message at all, and they still love the movie. You know?
Oh, okay.
Like those ones are pretty interesting. Like, it's like half the audience just never even understood that there was a message.
Like, what would you say that there's an example? What would you say is an example of a movie like that?
I mean, this isn't an example of a movie, but like a couple shows, like All in the Family, some people like didn't get that was supposed to be.
Some people still don't. There are like comments on YouTube clips where they'll be like, Archie Bunker for president, and they'll mean it.
Yeah, or on the other side, people will be like, man, that show, I can't believe that show was so racist, you know? Like they don't understand
that it was a satire.
Yeah, they don't understand satire.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, is that like the guy on like Let's Get Serious page?
Yeah.
Complaining about?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yes.
Did you see that guy?
Yeah, I saw that guy. He was like right on.
Yeah, that guy was scary. I went to his page and he had posted these black people who were defacing the Black Lives Matter, street art. And they were weird.
Was it
they
those
were
ladies? Was it those ladies who were like driving around throwing paint out the backs of their cars?
Yeah, they were They were like uber Christians too. There was a guy with them, and he was saying this.
Yeah, they destroyed the one.
Yeah.
They destroyed the one by my house.
Oh, actually, no.
These were New Yorkers.
Not to get too far off topic, but actually, just to give you an example, like of a movie. Actually, and this will be perfect for Emily, the Catholic Legion of Decency frequently like condemns movies.
Dogma.
Yeah, there you go. So you already know. Of course, I was going to say you already know. So yeah, so exactly. And frequently when they do that, I'm like, I don't think these people actually watch the movie.
Right.
Like well, I told you my dad's review of Dogma, right?
Did you? I don't know.
I don't remember.
What's up, KD?
What's going on?
Hey, KD.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry, I'm eating cereal right now.
Oh, that sounds good. You're being recorded. You're being recorded, just so you know.
Anything you say or do could be used against you.
What kind of cereal are you eating?
Lucky Charms.
Lucky Charms, all right.
They're always after me, Lucky Charms.
You went old school sugar. Old school sugar.
Oh, now you sound like the Irish bartender.
Actually, yeah, Kelsey, that could be maybe an Irish name. Kelsey Lewis and me, Lucky Charms.
Yeah, that could be him.
It actually is an Irish name.
Oh, is it? Oh, yeah, that's right. I kind of knew that. Yeah, I think I kind of knew that.
Mm-hmm.
And what are you going? Just regular milk, or are you on some nut milk?
Eating.
Skim milk.
Oh, skim milk. Okay.
No, what are you eating?
That's like the blue tint. Blue tinted milk.
Oh! Eating some cereal. I went cereal.
Nobody noticed I was drinking out of
out of a light bulb.
Out of a light bulb.
I swear it was quiet.
Seriously, you were drinking out of a light bulb? I did not catch that.
It's called Murphy's Law. Whenever it's quiet and you think that you have time to do something, everyone comes in and they start talking and yelling at you.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly.
Imagine how I feel when I have my entire class working and everybody is doing what they're supposed to be doing and the loudest kid in the class is absent, and then all of a sudden it turns out that the loudest kid in the class is just late and makes a grand dramatic entrance.
Yep.
Excuse me for a sec.
I got my AC today. I didn't put it in yet though.
Yeah, well, you're a perpetrator of like coming in and making a big show too.
Having is half the battle, Mike.
Having it, right? Having it.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, today it was like surprisingly cool today. Like even when it was warm, it was still like the rain had like cooled things off. So like having the fans on was fine, was perfect. I'll probably
Yeah, it wasn't that bad today.
Yeah, it wasn't bad at all. I'll probably wake up tomorrow and put the AC in. Hopefully I won't need any extra parts or like anything that doesn't come with it to install it, Hopefully it's not, because I don't really have tools and stuff.
What, like, you don't really have like the tools to like play handyman? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't have any tools. I mean, at one point I had those little little L-shaped bars, those like little ones you could use to like screw stuff in.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But that was about it.
But I mean, the past couple of days, I can imagine would have been hell without air conditioning.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely.
Like literal hell on earth.
Yeah, I'd wake up and my like pillows, like I'd take a nap and my whole pillow would be wet.
Like I feel like, I don't know, I feel like that I couldn't even function like to get my work done.
No, I mean I couldn't. I definitely didn't. The last couple of days, like yesterday, I just kept going back to sleep. I just couldn't.
You figure if you're sleeping, at least you don't have to think about how hot it is.
Yeah, it's true.
You're back again.
True.
Oh, so when he comes back, he's gonna come back with cooked bird in a skillet.
Oh yeah, poor Sam got messed up by that bird. They don't have like.
Are we talking about making a Scarlet Florentine again? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, that's exactly. We thought you left to make Scarlet Florentine.
Mm-hmm. You got a thug bird on your hands. That bird is like, man.
No, that bird's just a. I love Scarlet, but she's got an attitude.
She's a bitch. She's a bitch.
Yes.
She's a thug. She's thugging it.
She's a thug. We love her. We all love her.
She's like, listen, I don't care how long you know me, I'm still a bird.
Yep.
And I'm going to do bird shit. Like, peck this shit out of you.
Yep.
And you better damn well not let any other females near you. I'm the only female that can be within 500 feet of you.
Yes. She lets a few. Oh, wait, did I tell you?
Who did she bite now?
Oh wait, did I tell you the story of a couple of years ago when I had a few people over for my Oscar party?
I was there for that.
No. This is I think this is one of the only times you couldn't come, because it was the only people that were there were me, Mom, Matthew, Brett, and these two girls that Matthew knows. Well, actually, no, he knew one of them through politics, Divya, a lovely girl, and then Divya,
I was there for that one.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I was there.
Do you remember who won? Do you remember who won that year? Or?
Yeah, that was The Shape of Water. That was the year when I went on that rant about how the Oscars are dead.
Oh, really?
Oh no, that was the year. I thought that was the year where they made poor Warren Beatty read the wrong movie, but
that was the year prior. Yeah.
Shape of Water. Who else was nominated that year?
What?
Who else was nominated that year?
Well, then I don't have to tell you the Scarlet story because Emily was there for that. Okay, the other oh my God. Okay, the other movies nominated that year were, hold on. Okay, Darkest Hour, Winston Churchill, Dunkirk, Get Out, Lady Bird, The Phantom Thread, The Post, 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri. So, wow.
Okay.
I'm good.
Oh, The Post
So Get Out.
such a good movie.
So what is Get Out? Like 2017, 18?
It was 2017. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, ow.
This is what makes me look like I'm 6'4".
Oh, shut.
When I stand up like this.
No, we can't talk about your height yet.
Why? You're waiting for
Yeah,
someone?
what is it? What was that, by the way? What was all that going on there about people's heights? What was that? What was happening there? Yeah, what was
Long
it?
story.
Unfortunately,
Not really.
Yeah, I wish I could have scrolled up through the whole conversation. I wish I could participate in the group chat a lot more. I mean, I can, but half the time I'm like, honestly, like there's a lot of work emails that I'm sifting through and stuff, but and just like clients and other stuff that I'm. But the group chat I am absolutely loving on Facebook. I just, unfortunately, there are literally times when I have to like go past like, you know, reams of it because
No, I do the same. I don't, and sometimes I just have it on
I know. And
I have it
usually
on mute.
and that's usually what that will mean. Usually sometimes what that will mean is just Emily is just like literally talking to herself for like paragraphs at a time.
But that's the way I talk. Like the thing is like it'll look like it's like.
No, I know you're talking to the rest of us too, but really you're
Yeah,
also
but then
like,
sometimes you'll even reply to your own statement.
you
That's
will.
when that's when
part
it's
of your
bad.
charm, honey. We like seriously. It's what makes you you, and we love it.
But it's like, you know, I'm always like that. Like I'll send you like 90 texts rather than write the whole thing in a paragraph.
All right, let me see if there are any restaurants open right now that are doing discounts.
You'd be good for writing dialogue.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's why I like Kevin Smith, because Kevin Smith has always been great with dialogue.
Yeah.
Mm.
But it's like, you know, then I'll reply to myself because I'll be like, well, what if someone, what, I'll be like, no, but I'm in the middle of a thought and someone said something unrelated. So like, now it's just going to get all jumbled up. So I got to indicate what I'm actually replying to.
Mm.
So on and so forth. Like, you know,
Mm.
I'm just like, oh God, I got to be specific here. Come on. Like this COVID is really taking a toll on like this
All of
COVID.
us.
No, this COVID. Well, yes, that too. This COVID has really taken a toll on having to adjust interpersonal communication. Like I feel like because, I mean, this is the closest thing to like normal interpersonal communication that I feel like that we can have, because we can still like see each other's facial expressions
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and whatnot. But then it's like, you know, it's like you're
Except for
texting with,
KD and Ish.
well, yeah, that's another problem for another day. But, and I'm not going to yell at them for that because that's Cynthia's job. She's the one that's supposed to yell at people. But just like, how do I phrase this? Like, I feel like it's either like, you know, you can't see full body language on Zoom. Like I could be 7 feet tall and you wouldn't know because all you can see is my head.
Mm.
Like, and then no attack of the 50-foot woman. If I was 7 feet tall, you would be about 10 feet. But I feel like that, like, you're on the phone, you're not seeing body language. You're on Zoom, you're only seeing partial body language. You're in person, you're not seeing the bottom of people's faces. Like, you're texting, like, it's hard to read sarcasm. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, there's no
Wait,
way
what you say? You're in person.
get
You're
it
not
right.
seeing the bottom of people's faces.
Yeah, because of the masks.
Oh. I see.
Like, I feel like that, like, why do I feel like that, like, sales of lipstick are gonna go drastically down this year?
Mhm.
because, like, why the hell would anyone bother to put lipstick on if no one's seeing their lips?
Mm.
Yeah, and it would stain the mask. And, yeah, it's very impractical. And I mean, like, I don't know, I like to think that I do a pretty good job of sussing out sarcasm by text, but not everyone does.
Yeah, that's usually
Not
why.
always easy.
That's why I usually try and include a smiley face or a laughing face afterwards, just so that people like know that I'm kidding.
Stop bread in your hand.
And then,
Who ate 2 hot dogs? Huh, Gabby? No.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing is, like, you know, Julian said one time about me, he's like, you know, you could say the most fucked up things with a totally straight face.
Yeah, turkey hot dogs look different.
Really?
Julian said to me, it was like, that I could be like, well, yeah, and then that's where they hid the body.
Yes. I still occasionally have to wrap my brain around the fact whenever Julian curses. It seems so like,
Strange.
yeah.
Oh, my mother's on a Facebook liking spree again.
Yeah. But it's true. Yeah, that's a funny observation though, on Julian's part.
But no, it's kind of true though, like how like it's still hilarious. It's still so odd to hear Julian curse. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I'll put this down. I'll take this. Got it, got it, got it. You take this, I'll take this. Okay. But yeah, like, you're like, what did you just say, Julian?
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, you're not shocked at all when I say it.
No. Because you do it all the time. You do it frequently. So no biting. Yeah. Oh my God.
So anyway, Sam, you missed a good one the other night where we were talking about women and street harassment.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, no, I remember that was Tuesday night, I think, and I remember wanting to talk about that, and wanting to hear people's opinions on that, and like open that line of discussion. It was 3 days ago, so now I have to scroll back through the entire.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, no. So I wish that, unfortunately, yeah, because I can't exactly remember the gist of it, but it sounded like a topic. Honestly, it sounded like, oh no, I think we were talking. Yo, I remember like about.
No, I was on the train, and I saw.
Yeah,
I saw a girl with her accoutrement hanging out.
Yes, that's right. That's right. And then we were talking about the difference, like, you know, how, like, well, Ish is not on this call right now, but I mean, he had different experience about like being harassed in the street. And I think what was interesting to me is that I kind of wanted to open it up to this possibility that maybe, maybe there's a difference in the way that men and women view sex, which I think is still true. The problem is that these days, one could theoretically get accused of being transphobic for saying something like that. So.
What do you mean? Like a difference in how people view sex?
Yeah.
What, sex as in the act of sex, or sex as in like
gender? The whole politics of sex. Like, you know, for instance, I mean, maybe it's unfair for me to generalize because you're an individual and that woman is an individual and Ish is an individual. But I mean, you know,
and Cynthia is an individual.
And Cynthia is an individual because she gets harassed too. But, Ish was flattered, and, Cynthia's annoyed, and, so I guess I wonder.
And I just don't really care either way.
There you go. You don't care either way. So yeah.
Wait, so I think I understand what you're saying. I mean, I think I would just say like, you can just keep it like, if in general, like men are flattered and women are not, and if I mean that has nothing to do with assignment at birth or whatever like that. It's just like,
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing though, and this is why, and this is why I think that I do think that there's a difference. I don't think it's transphobic to say this, but the only reason I'm going to say it, but I'm going to break it down in terms that are a little crude, but I think are honest, and it's not being disrespectful to anyone. The reason that I think that there is a different response is because biologically, men and women are like wired differently when it comes to like the sex urge. And I'm not saying that women don't enjoy sex. That's not what I mean. And I'm not saying that women don't want to have sex either. What I'm saying is that, what men are usually flattered because, quite frankly, because it's different for women because, most given the fact that most people are straight, it's just like that's just a fact of life. Like the vast majority of humans are heterosexually oriented. Like that's just the way it is. Most straight men, when they're getting hit on, they don't have to work. They don't have to constantly be worried about someone trying constantly trying to being accosted by a bunch of women who want to shove something hard and sticky up their midsection. So it's penetration, and they, and it can be seen in a way there's like something aggressive about that. So whereas women have to some women frequently have to some women should be given armor because they're constantly being pelted with dicks the minute they walk out the door. They're just men want just this idea that men are constantly trying to have sex with them. So
well, part of it too is women get this all day, every day.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? They're constantly being barraged with this. So
exactly, yes.
Whereas a man Ish,
it's not that common.
And even if it is, it's still not, right? Even if it is
this one time at this Christmas party.
even if it is, it's probably mostly while he's at work or whatever, because he's working in a hospital. That's 80% women, 20% men.
Yeah.
But even when he walks out of the hospital, he doesn't probably have to worry about that, right? Walking down the street as much as women do.
But
yeah, exactly.
I don't feel like.
Stop it. Sorry.
But what's weird about it is that I don't feel like that. I have to worry about it to the degree that that it seems to happen to, or seems to bother Cynthia. And I don't want to speak for her because she's not here.
Right.
But I can speak for myself in the fact that I don't think I'm out as much because she's been walking to and from work and I've still been working from home.
Yeah.
And but even before COVID, I don't know, I just kind of felt like it was easier to ignore them or to just be totally oblivious to them. And I think that just comes down to an issue of personality, maybe. Some people get more bothered by some things and other people get more bothered by other things.
That's true. Everybody's different.
And I mean, I wouldn't say that street harassment is flattering per se, but
no, it's kind of rude.
And it's very rude.
That's
but
rude.
I wouldn't say that I wouldn't take it as a compliment or be flattered by it. But I'm also, not gonna fly off the handle, I think, about it and talk back to them, just because, like, I just don't see the point of raising my blood pressure for over that particular situation. Now, if they grab my ass or something, which I know people who've had that happen to them, if the, like, then that's different. Then, like, the boxing gloves go on, but, you know, if it's just verbal, like, I feel like there's other things to be raising my blood pressure about, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's different. Some people, you know, day in and day out, hearing the same thing over and over again, like, makes people want to, like, lash out, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, and I'm not immune to that with, like, other things as well. Like, just maybe not necessarily with that particular thing. But I think it's also because, like, I'm such a proponent of, like, and thank God I've never, God forbid, thank God I've never gotten mugged or anything, but, like, I'm such a proponent of, like, loud headphones music when I am out on the street that it's extremely possible that, like, somebody could be catcalling and I just
Wouldn't
can't hear
notice.
them.
Yeah.
And that's just fine with me.
There you go.
Like, but you know what's interesting, like, though, when we talk about flattery and what different people are flattered by,
Mm-hmm.
like, I feel kind of odd, like, bringing up this particular topic because it could sound kind of thorny, I guess. But
Okay.
Misha and I were having this conversation the other day.
I swear to God, I thought you were about to say Misha and I were having sex.
Oh, this conversation the other day about,
Okay.
like, how about different body types appealing to people of different ethnicities.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for example, like, being somebody who's kind of, like, run a bit of a gamut of, like, shall we nicely put it, different sizes.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Okay.
like, I hate to say it, but, like, I don't know how to say this without sounding like a total ass, but it's like I feel like there's, like, a correlation between my weight and the amount of melanin in the skin of the people hitting on me.
Dare you? How dare you, Emily?
I apologized 20 times before I said it because I knew it was going to be a controversial opinion.
Katie, what do you say about this? You still there? No, Katie is so appalled he's
He had to go to a
fallen
safe
off.
place. He had to go to a
Yep.
safe place.
He had to
Yeah,
go
I
to a
got to
safe
say
place.
space. No, but, like,
So
you know,
what you're basically saying is that for you, the cat calling doesn't lessen; it just shifts from one people to another.
yeah, like I noticed, like, you know, when I was in, like, high school and college and, like, skinny, it was like white dudes doing the cat calling, and now it's not.
Yeah, no, I mean that's not a very well kept secret that different cultures have different standards of beauty and are into different
Well, and
things. I
that's
mean,
what
That's
That's
just
what Misha said.
It's a stereotype, but it's not. It's a stereotype. It doesn't apply to every single person within that.
It doesn't apply to every single person.
But there's stereotypes for a reason.
Nothing applies.
You walk a fine line.
It's nothing applies to every single person, so that's not even, that's not even a thing. But yeah, it's a very well-known fact that like listen, in different decades, standards of beauty have changed as well. So like, in the 50s, white guys liked thicker women.
Mm-hmm.
And then like, I don't know, by the time the 80s came, I don't know if part of it was the Coke aesthetic or whatever. But the standards of beauty definitely changed. And then you had the whole, what was the famously skinny, like heroin chic model?
Kate Moss.
Yeah, you had the whole Kate Moss thing everyone got into. But it's very interesting because like amongst people of color, even if they're like raised in different areas, they seem to still have like similar tastes that way. Like, and when I mean similar in general, of course, right? Like in general,
because it's culturally ingrained. Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, it's ingrained, like probably like evolutionary and that sort of thing. But I remember being in college and being around white guys who thought like someone was really hot or something, and it was like someone who I thought was like very, very skinny, like not like we couldn't our
like they looked like the skeleton that my dad put up on the house.
Our aesthetics couldn't have been any more different. Couldn't have been any more different.
Many are the evenings that when we were all living in Brooklyn, when we would discuss how many times Emily got whistled at.
Yeah, it was much more often like when I was younger, I think for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't like old women. They don't like mature women like myself anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, Misha brought up while we were talking, like you saw kind of like the whole like random like, and I where like for viewers land, I was just kidding on this, where I was kind of ribbing Cynthia for fat shaming. And then
was this recently?
This was after that episode we did the other night.
Oh, okay.
Where like TLDR, Cynthia commented that like we were talking about me having kids and why I was waiting to have kids.
Yes.
And Cynthia said that like made a comment about like having a harder time in your 30s, like for lack of a better term, getting your body back after a kid than like than like before.
Yeah.
And then I was making a joke about, and then Cynthia was talking about, I was like, I don't want to lose my body. What if my kid's a serial killer or something? And
that's what she had to say. She didn't want to she didn't want to lose her figure for a kid who could potentially grow up to be a serial killer.
Basically. But anyways, I kind of and then she like went into this whole thing, which she went into a thing worried about loose skin.
Mm-hmm.
And whatnot.
Okay.
And so I made the joke I'm like, hey, be nice to us badasses over here. And But then it turned into like that's how the whole conversation in the group chat started about like body positivity and body image.
Mm.
Because it's like it's one of those weird things where I was like, I promise this is relevant. Basically, like I was having
Even if it's not, that's fine.
I was having a conversation with Misha about it, but like it's one of those weird things where like I'm like it's almost like it's almost like a weird thing of meta embarrassment, if that makes any sense. Because it's like
Mm-hmm.
I kind of realized like that I personally, and it wasn't obviously like it wasn't, I'm not mad at her and it wasn't Cynthia's fault,
Mm-hmm.
but
Yes, it is. Let's just blame her. She's not.
no,
Yeah, I was gonna say it probably is or was or will be Cynthia's fault. So
Because
But,
she's
like-
not here and she can't defend herself. So let's just pick on her.
Mhm.
But she's, well, that's what she gets for being late. And that after she yells at everyone else for being late. Anyways, so I realized that like conversations about like where people express like worry about getting their body back
Mm.
or whatever, or where people talk about like losing weight or whatnot can be kind of like, I don't know how to frame this, like I don't know the right word to frame this, but they can be kind of triggering for me and not like, and this is why I say it's not like it's Cynthia's fault, because like how would she know that? Because
Mm.
like she doesn't read my mind. But I realized that I'm kind of like, it's almost like I'm like meta embarrassed because I feel weird when people talk around me about like diet and fitness, and they need to lose weight and they lose skin and whatever other stuff, because it makes me feel like embarrassed about my own size, and then I'm embarrassed that I'm embarrassed because I feel like I'm being like bad at body positivity by being embarrassed. So I'm like meta embarrassed.
Oh, now I remember what she was saying. But I do remember one thing that she said, which I actually thought made a lot of sense. Which was just like, because I remember you talking about how like people feeling like people who are into exercise and physical fitness might be judging you. I remember, and like you feeling judged when you were walking down the street or something like that. And I remember what she said, and I remember one thing at least that she said, which I thought was pretty spot on, was that a lot of people who do get really into fitness are usually doing it for themselves and really like, because they want to feel better about themselves. And as far as the rest of it goes, like if there's something that you like, your appearance is your experience. So if there's something about your appearance that you don't like or that you want to change, then then you should go ahead and change it if it'll make you feel better. But otherwise, if other people are judging you how you look for no reason, then fuck it, who cares?
I mean,
Like they're not.
it's just like, and I'm gonna preface this by saying I agree with what you're saying, and that the only person that I have to please is myself.
Exactly.
But like, it's one of those things where I feel like that, like, when those conversations start, like body related conversations, like I feel like like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I get the feeling, like, I get this feeling come over me, like, you know, like, let's just get the elephant out of the room here. I'm not skinny, you know? Like, I feel like, I feel like whenever people are having those kinds of body image related conversations, I just feel like that, and they're having them in front of me. I feel
Mhm.
like that, like suddenly it's just like, yo, there's an elephant in the room that needs to get out here.
Mm.
Like, I don't have any right to be having this conversation because, like, excuse me for being blunt about it, but I don't have any right to be having this kind of conversation because I am fat, ostensibly. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. Why would you not? Why would you feel like you don't have any right to be having a conversation?
I mean,
Well,
I don't feel like I have the right to participate in a conversation about people's concern for their body or their health because, like, realistically, like, I feel like being on the bigger side makes it like ass obvious that apparently I don't give a shit. Like, if that makes any sense.
okay. Okay. Okay.
Well, you know,
But
on
I
the
mean,
other
you know, okay.
on the other side, you could just like call out people. You could call out people like Cynthia for her skinny privilege. You know?
Oh, Jesus.
But it's like,
Or
you
you
know,
could just say, "This is how I feel about it. It's my opinion. It may not be right, but it's how I feel about it." And then if it's not right, we can talk about why. You know, just because you can, feelings are feelings. They're not always right, but you're allowed to have them. And
feelings
it's
are
good. It's
feelings are like assholes. Everyone has them.
no, I think no. That's the thing. I mean, I think it's yeah. I think that's well. Yes, that's an opinion. But feelings are but well, I get that's different. So yeah, so you are still allowed to have an opinion, and even if it's wrong, we can talk about it. And I think that's part of what's great about discourse in general. Is just like talking about opinions, like learning, like growing, and when you're wrong, like acknowledging that too. I think a lot of what happens is we all get stuck, especially there's such a danger on social media of like getting stuck in like in like an echo chamber only because because social media gets so loud that it gets really stressful for people when they're forced to look at opinions that they personally find offensive, and so they'll just get into and some opinions are offensive, don't get me wrong, but if even like the slightest disagreement, they'll like retreat to like their own private echo chamber, and then it just becomes more and more, and the more you do that, the more like the more radicalized you become, and the further away from like the center you become. And I think the further away you are able to accept the humanity of people who think differently than you do. And I think I think it's good to just like talk these things out, no matter what the topic is.
I think like that the whole Flav, you're on to something with the whole like skinny privilege thing, because in a sense I feel like, and again, I don't want to call out Cynthia because it's not right when she's not here. Like, that's not nice. But just in general, like, I personally feel like that when people who are skinny or are in decent shape make comments about like something they don't like about the body or their own body, or something that they could potentially not like about their own body,
Mm-hmm.
like, it kind of makes me feel like, Well, don't shove it in my face that you're skinny and it's so easy for you to be skinny when it's
Okay.
not for me.
Well, you know what? We're actually getting onto something very interesting now. Because whenever somebody like, because I understand what I hear what you're saying, I understand it. And I understand that when people say that in those situations, it makes you feel a certain way. And that's valid.
Yeah, it makes me feel a type of way.
Absolutely. However,
because it's not easy for me.
I know it's not easy for you. However, that doesn't invalidate their own experiences and their own feelings about how they feel about their body. And so if that's a point like where they feel like they don't like this about themselves, personally, I feel like when people do that, like, but don't do anything about it, like, it's one thing. But when, there's still shit that, like, people like that are still allowed to their feelings. I also realize that I'm saying this as somebody who I'm certainly not as skinny as I was when I met you all, but I mean.
But neither am I.
Right. Hold on one second. I'll be right back.
I think there's feedback on Sam's. Somebody's getting feedback.
Yeah, I think usually it's Sam's.
Me again?
And it affects the rest of us.
Yeah, because now
Is it
you're
me
like,
again?
We think it's you, Sam.
we think it's your fault.
I don't know how this keeps happening. I swear I turned off all my other applications. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the setting that you have it on too.
All right, just give me 1 sec. I'll be back in a minute.
You should check the audio settings.
I don't know if he heard you.
Yeah.
We'll find out, I guess.
Yep.
But I don't know, like, Sam, I guess, has got a point where, like, it's like I was almost, like, kind of making those jokes about, like, come on, man, you're fat shaming, because it's like, whether other people feel like there's an elephant in the room or not, like, I feel like there's an elephant in the room when, like, skinny people, like, worry about their body.
Yeah, well, I mean, when it comes to images, everyone worries about their body to some level. But yeah, I mean, there is certainly like, what are you talking about? You're as skinny as a twig. You have nothing to be worried about. I mean, that's an attitude people often take and often joke about with their friends. I think better to, like, joke about it and to get it, like, out there than to feel awkward about it.
But to, like, feel some type of way about it.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I feel like I've had a very different experience, I think, than a lot of people, as far as body image and, like, weight and whatnot, because I was skinny as a teenager and, like, an early adult.
I mean, that experience is much more common than you think. There's, like, probably like 100,000 women, in this country who have had the same exact experience.
Well, yes.
Probably more.
But I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody else besides me that's had this experience, but it's not as common. What I was gonna say is that like that was that I was skinny like from like age 15 to 25 or whatever because of medical issues.
Oh,
And
okay.
so, but yet at that same time, like I was constantly like I was dealing with people either concerned that I was anorexic, or people who were like, how do you stay so skinny? And it's
Oh,
like,
I
you
see.
dumb, like, and you feel like saying, you dumb fucks, it's because I can't digest my food.
Right,
Like,
right,
so I
right.
associate, like, because that was my personal experience,
Hmm.
I associate being skinny with being ill.
I see.
So to me, I'm like, why would anyone want to try for that?
Right.
But then at the same time, like, I feel like, you know, I feel like why would anyone want to try to be skinny? Because to me, I associate that with like, excuse my French, with like feeling like shit.
Yeah.
Like, you know
Well, I
what I
mean,
mean?
it's exactly what I was telling you the other day. Is you're also have to consider that you're using an American standard of acceptance.
I mean, I guess that's true.
Well,
And
and
You know
not
what I'm
even
saying?
just American, like white American.
Yeah,
yeah,
like
that's
white
true.
American standard of acceptance. Like you know, you're
And like and
in other countries you'd be
white present
considered royalty.
day, right? And that's white present day, right? Because it wasn't always this way. So that also shifted from like the times.
That shifted from like when Marilyn Monroe was the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, like that's a good point. But
So
because
what did you? So you had trouble digesting your food. So what did you like eventually, um, like get like a some kind of like routine or medication that helped you with that or something or
well, yeah, I had to go on like acid reflux medications that normally are reserved for like old men.
oh okay.
And I mean, I'm not on them anymore
Mhm.
because I was able to give my digestive system some time to like heal the scar tissue, basically.
Yeah.
But like, and also like, it's probably not such a bad thing for my digestive system that I don't really drink anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. I was gonna ask you how that affected you.
But like, and I still can't eat like ridiculously spicy foods and whatnot. But I think like when I first, like when the problem first got fixed, as the case may be, like I was used to like not having to watch what I eat. So I gained weight real fast.
Right.
But like, and now it's like, I wouldn't say I closely like anal retentively watch what I eat, but like I definitely don't like eat unreasonably.
Mhm.
But I just like kind of feel like, it's one of those things where like I feel like, everyone's like everyone's like, well, why aren't you gonna do something about this? And it's like I'm sorry, but I associate being skinny with like feeling like utter and complete worst shit that I've ever felt like in my life. So like why am I gonna like, why am I going to do that to myself, you know?
Well, eventually you learn to say fuck them.
Well, yeah, and
Yeah.
I think it's just like, you know, it makes me feel like you said, it makes me feel the type of way. Like,
Yeah.
to hear other people complaining about their body image issues, because it makes me feel like that, like I said, meta embarrassed. Like, it makes me kind of feel like that, like embarrassed that I don't care because I feel like, well, what they're probably thinking is like, oh, look at her, she should care.
You don't know what they're thinking about you, though. And whatever they are thinking,
I mean, I'm
that,
sure Cynthia wasn't thinking that about me because
yeah,
she's
but
my friend.
right, but that's the thing, though. Like, that's if they're gonna be jerks, like like that's you don't need like people who would think like that, like they're not. That's not somebody who you would want to be around anyway. Like it's what they think. They're not your. They are not.
They're not my keeper.
They're not your people. They're not going to make you happy. They don't care about if that's how they feel about you. First of all, you don't know unless you ask. Second of all, if they're going to be jerks about it, it's not the kind of person that you need in your life.
Third of all, like, they don't need to be asking about it, acting like they're all concerned about my health, because like they're not my doctor. Like,
yeah.
But are you talking about people that are concerned about your health that are like in shape, or are they just skinny?
well, that's a good question.
Because
Both, I guess.
I often tell people who
You're cutting out. I didn't catch that at all.
I didn't catch that at all. I think I know what he was saying. I didn't catch that. Well, I was going to ask you, are these folks actually saying something to you, or are you imagining
I think it's in my head. Like, I'll be the
hold
first
on,
to say,
hold on.
We can't hear you. That's the problem. Can you repeat what you just said?
I'm sorry. Let me turn on my mic. So there's a such thing as being skinny on the outside, fat on the inside, right?
Yeah, skinny fat.
Just because you're skinny doesn't mean you're healthy. Just because you're skinny doesn't mean you're fit. So if these are people that are just thin, who may be implying or trying to make you feel a certain way, it's like, well, where are they coming from? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Where are you coming from? It doesn't make you, if you're trying to say you're concerned about my health, well, why are you healthier?
Well,
is it just because you think you're thinner or smaller than me? Well, that's not it, right? Like,
no, you're right. Like, you came, like, well, about 5 minutes before you came in, I was telling the rest of these guys about how, like, when I was about, like, maybe 15 to, like, 23 or 24 years old, I was, like, a twig. Like, somebody could have, like, there could have been a big gust of wind and, like, picked me up and blown me away to Kansas or something.
mm-hmm.
Like, I was that skinny.
Mm-hmm.
But I was
I remember those days. Good times.
What, you're saying you remember when I was a twig and could have been picked up?
No, I was sorry. I used to be like that too. I get blown away by good times.
But the point is,
go on.
The point is that, like, I was like that because I was sick.
I'm trying to walk out the door. Hello?
Yeah. Sorry, my mistake. I wasn't trying. My mistake. It was for two different reasons. That's yes. I think I may have missed that part of the conversation because I was concluding.
You were dealing with the bird. You were making Scarlet Florentine.
Yeah. Yes, I was.
But no, what I said is, like, I was sick. Like,
I'm sorry. I did not mean to liken my experience to yours in that.
My digestive system was not working. Like, and the reason why I was so skinny is because I could not digest my food. Like, I had people asking if I was anorexic. Like, the dentist told me that my teeth looked like the most bulimic patient he'd ever seen. Like,
Oh my God.
Like, I don't associate being skinny with being healthy for sure.
I was curious if those people who made you feel a certain way did.
I mean, I think they probably do, but like, it's like they don't know me. They don't know my they don't know my life story. And like,
Wait, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of is, did folks actually come out and say stuff to you? Because earlier you were saying you feel like when these folks are talking about their experiences and how they want to get back to a certain shape, you feel some kind of way in contrast. So like, did they actually come out and say, and like, what about you, Emily? Or were you just like
I mean,
feeling like,
sometimes yes, sometimes no. So, but like when they don't say it, like I kind of feel like that, like
Did Bree give it back to you?
that there's an elephant in the room.
right, I got you.
Like, I kind of feel like there's like this elephant in the room that they're not mentioning because they want to be polite, and that pisses me off when people don't when it seems like that, like people think a certain type of way but they just don't say it. And that goes for like anything, not like even just this particular issue. Like, I'm the type of person where I'm like, I don't like elephants in the room. Like,
Right.
if there's something to be said, say it to my face, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I feel like that, like, and I don't think like,
They didn't yet.
I don't think this is the case all the time, but like, I don't think this is the case all the time, but I feel like that, like, sometimes when people are having those conversations, I interpret it as them like trying to drop a passive aggressive hint at me, even when like 90% of the time it probably isn't. And it's not like that with somebody like Cynthia, because like she puts everything out on Front Street. So
Yeah. Or maybe it's more like they feel self-conscious for like talking about that in front of you or something.
Well, if they did, why would they even bring it up?
Right.
I mean, like, when push comes to shove, like it's a me problem. It's not like, it's not a them. It's like what I always say it's like what I say to my students when I'm like, that's a you problem. That ain't a me problem. In this case, it's a me problem. It's not a their problem. Like, because it's like logically I know that like they don't mean to be like that way, or like they don't mean to come across that way, or like what, or that like they don't think that there's an elephant in the room that isn't being mentioned, but that doesn't stop me from feeling some type of way, like emotionally, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I think what it is that like it's almost like in some weird way, I think what it is that like I, honest to God, I feel more societal pressure, or I feel societal pressure to care about my appearance more than I actually do, if that makes any sense.
From what? From TVs? From TV magazines? From movies? What? From like
Just like the idea that I feel like, it's not normal to, I feel like it's not normal to be like as lackadaisical about appearance as I am.
What do you base that on?
I mean, the general obvious is like, I'm not always talking about like the general obvious is like what we were just talking about. Like I'm not always talking about like sometimes I feel like it's a prerequisite like to being like a female in your 20s and 30s to to have something that you feel unhappy with about your body. And I don't really fret that much
Mm-hmm.
about it. Or like for example, I feel like it's like, a prerequisite that like women wear makeup. I don't.
Well,
A prerequisite that women wear dresses to work. I don't. Like you're lucky if you could get me to put on a pair of you're lucky if you can get me to put on a pair of pants and sneakers. But like it's just that kind of thing. Like it's like one of those like odd like feeling some type of way because I feel like that like
If you're not wearing pants or sneakers, what are you wearing? Like shorts and flip flops, or?
no, that was a joke.
I got you.
Like, of course I wear pants to work.
No, the shorts. You can wear shorts.
Ain't no one want to see that. But like, I think it's just like this matter of like me feeling like it's almost like a feeling of like failing as a woman for not caring or something like that. Like if that
I mean, those
like-
are very traditional. Those are very traditional forms of
yeah.
what people consider being a woman,
Yeah.
or like the idea of caring.
Yeah.
In some strange parallel, there are women who walk past you and say, if I could only get down to her size.
Yep.
Well, I'm sure of that. And in some strange parallel, there are probably women who walk past me and say, how does she get away with not wearing makeup? I wish I could get away with that.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, it's just
You don't need makeup.
I personally don't prefer makeup.
Yeah, natural faces are better.
Well, I'm assuming you don't wear makeup.
No, I mean, I not that I like to, not that I have any place to tell a woman what she should or shouldn't do. But
But you don't prefer like barefaced women.
Yeah, that's definitely a must.
yeah. I mean, it sounds to me like they want to like they find women who are just like that, like they're attracted to women who are just basically like look like themselves. You know what I mean?
I always felt like, and I don't want to come off a certain way, right? Just talking about,
Well, you're not coming off this anyway because we can't hear you.
Yeah, you keep going out.
Yeah.
Please stand by for technical difficulties.
I wonder. Hey, Ish, are those the new headphones?
no, what happened is I'm driving, so my Wi-Fi cut off and my phone's internet had to pick up.
Okay, yeah, you don't have. Okay, you don't have.
So
service.
Can you repeat what you're saying?
Yeah, so for me, what I've always preferred, like I was in the military, right? So like I'm used to seeing women looking like, when we come from the field, like you're not gonna have makeup on after just being in the field for 2 weeks, right? So I always evaluated, for me, and it's very superficial, but I always evaluated beauty to start by how you look at your worst, and then like work up. You know what I mean? Like to me, So like when you wake up in the morning, I'm more attracted to that than I am when you put. I'm not attracted to makeup at all. Like lipstick, all that I think is tacky. That's my opinion. But I'm more attracted to just how you look naturally.
Yeah.
To me, that's just always been the way that I am.
And I mean, this actually
Lipstick
now.
turns me off. Period.
Yeah, I could kind of get that. It's messy and annoying. But plus,
Not only that,
it looks fake.
I don't. And something about foundation too. It's like, you know, it doesn't matter what color you are. Like, it's like, okay, I see the foundation, and then I'm like, well, why does your neck look completely different than, you know, like your face and your chin? You know what I mean?
Why do you look like you've overdone it on the spray tan?
I don't know. And I'm not judging. It's preference.
No, like I totally see what you're saying. Like, I think it's just like, you know, me feeling some type of way because I feel like a lot of people like don't have preference for like the way I am, and I feel like and that it's like, you know, then that makes me to think, oh shit, I should care, but I don't want to care. Like it's like this weird like
I don't think you should care. I think
going
those are
around
just
in
like,
my head.
Care either. Well, I don't think that you. I think that you should just care about what you like for yourself.
Yeah, I run my own damn hair salon.
I think society imposes too many rules, unspoken rules on people, but women in particular. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's so true. Because it's like, they're like, oh, well, you gotta have a perfect face. Oh, like, you can't be showing any gray hairs. And oh,
I mean, if you look at
skinny.
like magazines, right? Like even now, you know how we were talking about Gal Gadot
Yeah.
some shows back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, did I like fade out again?
No, we hear you. We're
Okay.
just listening.
Like even now, like you take someone like Gal Gadot, and I'm using her as an example because we were talking about her a couple shows back.
Yep.
Right? There's not a magazine picture that you don't see of her that isn't airbrushed. And even with the airbrush, like she's unrealistic, right? Like she's like 20 pounds underweight. Under like a real healthy weight. And I'm sure this is because this is what Hollywood demands of her. But if you look at it, there's not a picture that not a glamour picture that isn't airbrushed, just to speak of how society has a like puts these rules on people.
Yep.
Well, and that's a good point. And like, and I'm gonna preface this with like, I know you can't see me and you shouldn't be looking, but if you're driving, but like,
No, I'm parked.
But I don't really look too different actually from how I look like when I do get up in the morning. Just my hair straightened because my hair looks like a wavy mess when I get up in the morning. But that's it.
Well, see, guys don't have that problem at all because we don't get up and have to deal with
hair.
Like I don't think any of us are getting up and thinking about, you know, putting on makeup.
Well, I'm not thinking of that either.
There you go.
Most cosmetic we go is cologne.
Yeah.
Oh, good God! Do not get me started on all of the smells I've had to deal with in this apartment. Do not get me started on that.
Please, Emily, get started.
Oh, I told Misha that whenever he sprayed cologne on, that he had to socially distance from me for like
that's funny.
2 hours until it started to fade off to like a reasonable amount.
Sounds like maybe he should be spraying a little less.
Sounds like that would be the easier solution, yes. But nothing's easy.
Yeah.
Nothing's easy in love in my household.
Oh.
I'm joking.
I know you're joking.
We haven't killed each other during the pandemic.
That's part of the training process is you got to train him so he knows how much to spray on. That's common mistake is spraying too much on.
I told him 3 sprays, not 5.
Yep.
The question is now, will he remember?
I mean, 3 sprays could be a lot depending on the cologne.
Well,
Yeah,
if
well,
you spray it in the air and walk into it,
Right.
it works better.
Right.
maybe I need to tell him to do that because,
Yeah.
like, I've legit, like, and I feel like an ass doing this, but I've legit, like, he's got, like, had him walk in the room and I've been like, yo, dude, I can't breathe here. Like, you're making me allergic. I'm allergic to you right now. Like,
I hate to say it, but
you gotta fix this.
you may have put yourself in this position by telling him 3 sprays was okay. That's a lot. 3, if he was putting it on directly, 3 sprays, that's a shit ton of cologne.
There's a lot of cologne.
Like
So
one spray is
tell
enough.
him.
One spray is enough.
I should tell him 1 is enough, and then maybe he'll save some money too.
Yeah.
Where does he spray?
Mostly on his neck, I think. I don't know. I don't stand there and watch him spray his
So
cologne.
that's like why wouldn't he just spray one shot on his chest, on his shirt though, not on his body? Like just
I
one
think
nice,
I need
and
to-
not even like a heavy spray, like just a one mist right on his chest, and that's it.
Well, you know,
That's all you need.
this could explain a lot of problems right now. You've helped me out tremendously.
Like that's it.
The only
Like this
thing-
whole neck and like, what are you doing here?
and again, if it's 1 spray, it's not a big deal anyway because it's 1 spray is not going to kill anyone. But he's right. If you spray it all the way down to the knob, that is a long spray.
Yeah, it's a long spray.
That's really more than 1. That's worth
Yeah.
more than 1.
It should really be like a puff, like
Yeah.
you know what I mean? call it a day, and it should actually be on shouldn't be on his neck.
Yeah,
It should be like just like spread on your chest, dude. Top of your chest, 1 little puff. That's it. You're good.
You know, this could
Let-
solve a lot. I need to tell him all this. This could solve a lot of my problems.
He's going to.
You don't want to smell.
His bottle's going to last 6 times as long now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like
His
you,
what? Yeah. Oh, the
Yeah.
bottle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
he shouldn't smell like cologne, right? That's not the goal of wearing cologne, to smell like cologne.
You
Right.
should have a scent.
Yeah.
Right, and it should be very subtle. It shouldn't be like, it should be subtle. Like when people are up on you, or when people pat, like it should be very subtle. It should be complimentary to you, and not the thing that people notice about you.
Right. Like
and
not
not
when you
cause your
enter a
wife to
room.
be allergic to you.
Yeah, not like when you enter a room. It should be more like they're up on you and they're like, "Oh, what's that? You smell good."
Right, exactly. That's what it should be. Complimentary, like Mike just said. People should,
Complimentary, like not like, you know,
yeah. It shouldn't be the thing.
life for
and
Not
then you're-
melon.
not like you turn around and you're like, "Who's that?" Like
right.
like they find out you're there before they even see you.
Yeah, he uses social distance sprays.
Yeah, like that's like
No, but he's Latinx though. So I mean,
that explains a lot.
that's what they do with cologne, right?
And barely at that, but still.
What did you say, Sam?
I said, and barely at that, but still.
Yeah. His white half is kicking his ass for this.
It's like, what are you doing, bruh?
Yeah, exactly.
What's the white half? What's the white half?
The biggest part of his Latinx personality that comes out of that.
What's the
The white half is mad that it's not cool water.
Exactly.
What's his white half?
You mean like nationality wise?
Yeah.
French, I think German.
Oh, what a
Irish.
mix!
French, German, Irish. You said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say French and Latin is a good mix.
Yep.
Mexican and Irish, that's like a temperamental mix right there. I'm just saying, like That's somebody that's going. You don't want them. You don't want to be around. They lose their temper.
Yeah, but you say
Yeah.
Mexican, Irish, Puerto Rican, so like you really don't want to be around them when they lose their temper.
Yeah, yeah. That's Spider-Man 2099. His name is Miguel O'Hara. He's Mexican Irish and he's a jerk. Like he's mad all the time.
Is that his superpower?
No, I mean he's Spider-Man from the year 2099. So he's got like Spider-Man-esque type powers.
I was making.
But I mean, it works like a superpower for him in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
You know what my superpower is? I can appear much taller than I actually am.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Back to the height thing.
Yo, she was like, Mike.
Nice
She was like,
segue,
yeah.
Mike.
He was like, but Mike could probably dunk on you because he's so much taller than you. And I'm scratching my head like, did Mike grow since the last time I saw him? Like, what do you
Nice
mean he's so
segue,
much
Mike.
taller than me?
Great
You
segue.
gotta understand. Everybody is tall to me.
That is my.
But here's what happened. She was insinuating that I was tall, and then when I said, how tall do you think I am? And she was like 6'3", 6'4". I just ran with it, and then I just started making up shit like, yeah, I used to dunk on Ish, and you know, because that's what I think of in my head is like, if I was that
That's
tall,
your
that's what I would do.
fantasy.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't put it that way, but
All
yeah,
right.
you know,
1, 2.
I'm dunking on people if.
I wish I was a
Alright,
little
fine.
bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had.
So this morning I get on Messenger and I just happen to see my name tag talking about getting dunked on. I'm like, huh? By Mike by Flav. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, yeah, Flav's shorter than me. Like, what are we doing here? I didn't see any of the other stuff. I'm like, oh,
Mike, you're like what, 5'8", 5'9"?
No, I'm like 5'10" and a half.
5'10" and a half?
Yeah. I'm 5'8.5". So I know Mike's a little taller than me.
You know you're
Yeah, Mike-
short when you gotta throw that half in there.
listen, I'm 72 and a half inches. 6'1.5 inches. I'm not much taller than you, Mike. I just remember being taller than you.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, I was at a door one time canvassing, and some white woman called the police on me and told them that a black man that was like 6'3" or 6'4" was at her door, and I'm like, that's very interesting. I'm nowhere near that tall, but I must have that.
And in
She
your
saw your
mind, you're
shadow.
like,
Yeah, just on my shadow.
in your mind, you're like, where? Well, this is news to me. Where was he?
Yeah, right.
Where was this tall black guy?
I was like, but I'll take it. I'll take the extra height as a compliment.
Hey, Mike, totally unrelated. But it just, when you said that, it just made me think of it. Do you remember flooding the campus?
Oh God, thank God we're not talking about little people again.
I plead the fifth.
Okay.
What's going on?
I'll tell you when you're older.
Yeah, you know, for years that has been like one of the most hilarious stories I ever heard in my lifetime.
Do I need to pause this video?
Stop recording.
No, I'm not gonna talk about it. But that was hilarious.
Tell me when I'm older, because I'm the baby.
No. Stop.
I'm the baby
I
here.
want to hear this.
Pause
Yeah,
the
Mike-
video.
Mike's
let's
been
just
on
say
the
Flavius
edit
was
bandwagon a lot lately.
Let's just say Flavius was an X-Men in college. He managed to break a levee and flood the college campus.
This one on white people? Wait, did you just say that I'm going to get offended-ish?
Yes.
By my self-deprecating humor.
I'm sorry, Ish. Did you really just say that I might get offended by that? Oh. Wow. Okay.
I got cut off, but I am on the offended bandwagon.
Oh, you're on the offended bandwagon? All right.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Well,
I am
speaking of
offended by
which-
that comment, Emily.
Speaking of which, are people really trying to cancel Aristotle?
Oh.
Who's Aristotle? You mean the scientist, the astronomer?
Whoa, keep going, close. You're getting closer.
We're almost there-ish.
I don't know.
Philosopher.
Philosopher.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But no, but clearly he knew who Aristotle was. Like he just didn't know the right.
Yeah, I was confusing him with like any
Other
all of
famous
those.
white guys.
Yes.
Other famous white guys from the past. That's all.
Other old white guys.
Wow. Okay.
I mean,
So why are they trying
at the time, and it's interesting because we were just having this conversation, someone else and I, the other day. At the time, all of those people were like, they might as well have been medicine men and witch doctors anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
they weren't really called scientists and philosophers until a lot of their theories seemed sound much later on. You know what I mean? And then people
a
said,
philosopher. I mean, how can you prove?
Well, Socrates didn't call himself a philosopher.
But they call themselves.
I mean, he just was Socrates.
Yeah, he just was.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Wise.
He didn't say I'm a philosopher.
They were just wise.
You know what I mean?
He was just that dude. He was just.
No, he didn't define him. Like he didn't. Like he's like, this is like my profession. Like it
He was right.
He just kicked it.
He was actually described as a heretic, right? Like at the end of the day.
Well, no, those people. That wasn't hard science. The people that they described heretics were people like the genius. What's his name? Artist.
Well, they took Socrates to trial and they killed him.
Did they?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's called the trial of Socrates.
Oh, the trial of Socrates. Well, I missed that one. Well, that was foul. They didn't have to do that because those weren't even hard sciences.
Don't you and I feel foolish for making fun of Ish a second ago?
I mean, no, not really.
No, not really.
That's foul that they did that because that wasn't like some kind of hard science. I mean, if anything, philosophy is like the bullshittiest of them all. That's like just someone walking around pontificating on shit. Just like looking up at the sky and be like, man.
Yeah,
you ever think about what's up there?
The standards were lower. So
what's that? The standards were what? Lower, you said?
Standards were lower back then.
Yeah.
So you can't be pulling a Socrates today.
Hell no.
Right.
Yeah, no, you can't.
So they were just basically people with no jobs.
People do it on Facebook all the time.
Walked around.
Exactly. People do it on Facebook all the time. Yeah, you're not gonna. It's really, really hard to become like a millionaire literary scholar today, doing what Socrates trying to do what's on a Socrates.
Oh, but they didn't have money like that anyway, did they? Did Socrates have money?
No, but no, they didn't. But
they just had influence.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, but that's what Instagram influencers are for.
But I mean, they say that the Greeks stole a lot of that stuff from the Egyptians.
I think
all that philosophy and all that stuff.
I think that's
factual.
I don't think it's factual. I think it's so? And here's what I mean by that. Like everybody can critically think, right? Like everybody can. So like what hard philosophy are we talking about? Like what did they steal from Egyptians? The ability to critically think?
No. We're talking about actual like they had the philosophical tales and shit, right? And not just like something general. I'm talking about
philosophical tales.
Yeah, they had tales like your man had like the cave and all that. Like they had these tales that were supposed to allow you to see where their philosophy came from. They had books. They had tales.
You mean like mythologies?
They had mythologies. They had a bunch of stuff.
I definitely could concede mythologies, but philosophy is just like critical thinking.
No,
a given thing.
No, I'm telling you, they had specific tales and like stories that they were like known for.
Yeah, mythology.
Yeah, mythology. That's what I said.
Okay. So yeah, but I'm saying like enough that you could say someone else stole your shit, right? Not like
Well,
some
they certainly
loose-
stole their
Yeah,
stole
he
their
took their
mythology.
mythology.
But I don't know that it was really stealing, right? In the sense that like they were influenced by, especially the Greeks. Like obviously the Greeks went to Egypt. They were part of Egypt's dynastic period, right? For a great period of time. They even integrated themselves in Egyptian religion and learned a lot of the Egyptian secrets. There was a period of time in Egypt where Egypt wasn't controlled by Egyptians, a long period of time. So for sure, I'm with you 100%. I would even say from that perspective, you're right about philosophy.
I hear children.
Okay, so I guess
Must
what
be
we're
my kids.
we're saying
Oh, it's
we're
your
saying
fault.
something similar. George Granville Mona James was the author of the widely
Yep, that's my little
circulated
guy.
Stolen Legacy. The Greeks were not the authors of Greek philosophy, but the people of North Africa, commonly called the Egyptians, also known as Stolen Legacy. Greek philosophy is Stolen Egyptian Philosophy, published in 54. And he claims that, among other things, the ancient Greeks were not the original authors of Greek philosophy, which he argues was mainly based on ideas and concepts that were borrowed without acknowledgement or indeed stolen from the ancient Egyptians. And then he argues that Alexander the Great invaded Egypt and captured the royal library at Alexandria and plundered it, that Aristotle's ideas came from these stolen books, and that he established his school within the library.
Well, he didn't capture the library; he established it.
Well, it
From
says that
compiled
he
stolen books.
It says that he invaded Egypt and captured the royal library at Alexandria and plundered it.
Well, Alexandria, the library was named after Alexander by Greeks who invaded Egypt.
Yeah, that's weird wording. I don't. That wording's weird there.
No, you're right. They're not wrong. They definitely took all the texts and whatever that maybe there was a library there that they changed the name, but they absolutely, like Alexander had a bunch of Alexandria libraries all over the Middle East, all the way to Babylon. You understand what I'm saying? Like he conquered all of that.
Yeah. And then he says Herodotus describes the cultural debt of Greece to Egypt. Okay. Well, yeah, that's a little bit on that.
But I mean, I think philosophy as a whole, and now if you're talking about specific philosophical ideas,
right,
I won't argue. But I think philosophy as a whole, like, they'd been practicing philosophy recognized in China for at least, they say the modern classic era of China was just the last 10,000 years.
No, I believe that. I mean, it's an expression, so
yeah, yeah.
Just like
I no argument. I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Okay,
So
I still hear
let's get back to
children.
Aristotle though. Yeah, my goddaughter's here and she's out there.
Oh yeah.
Don't you have to take care of that problem?
No, I'm not slapping any babies today.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean Sam was the one who posted it, so he might know more about
Sam,
it than I do.
Hook me up, Sam.
Well, I'm just relieved that we were finally able to authenticate something so that Flavy could be vindicated that something else could be blamed on white people. So I'm just relieved that we pulled that off. But I posted a.
Let's say they were Minoan Greek, so we can add a little bit of color into it.
Flavy, is that okay with you?
If they're Minoan, what does Minoan mean?
It's Minoan were they're Greeks.
Okay.
The Minoans would be who became Greeks.
Okay.
No, but I posted an article. And
Hold on, say it used to be called Greek Minoa.
Okay.
Before then, it was just the Cyclades Islands. Okay, Sam, sorry.
No, that felt really
Continue.
good. I'm just saying, no, I really, really, that felt really good getting that history lesson just now. That was amazing. That was
Oh, is that what we're doing?
That's kind of sexy. Okay, so, but I posted an article on was it this morning? I don't remember. It was either this morning or just yesterday. I had a kind of an emotional day, so I don't exactly remember when it was, but
it was a couple days ago.
It was a couple of days ago. It was an op-ed piece that basically said, "Are we canceling Aristotle now?" And the headline was because he, unlike a lot of other problematic thinkers or thinkers who express views that are problematic from today, he openly defended slavery and believed that women were inherently inferior to men, both of which are completely indefensible. So the question the article posed was, based on current trends of cancel culture and based on the fact that those views are so inherently indefensible, should he be canceled as well? And the author's position was that no, we shouldn't cancel him because we could learn from him. We could learn because many of his ideas were brilliant, but many of his beliefs were also
reprehensible.
Atrocious. What?
Reprehensible. Yes, atrocious.
Reprehensible. Yes. Atrocious. So we could extract. So perhaps you could extract what is valuable from him, while at the same time learning that he was also a flawed human being who did and said many things that should not be encouraged.
Well, I have opinions, but I want other people to. Mine are going to be certainly
controversial.
And contrarian.
So yeah, I'll just speak to mine first because I replied on the post. I can't remember. Did you tag me on that post, Sam, or?
No, I didn't tag you. I just posted it.
You just posted it. Okay. For some reason, I felt like we had maybe you had told me that you were going to be posting something on Aristotle. Somehow I knew it was coming.
No, I didn't.
Somehow I knew it was coming.
No,
I didn't. In the group chat.
No, I didn't tell you.
The group chat. Okay. Well, either way, somehow I knew. Somehow, I thought we had discussed it. Or
that's because you and I have a very deep and special bond and connection.
That's deep. That's deep. That's very possible. So I responded. First of all, so I thought it was an interesting article, and I basically agreed with the whole. Like, look, you can't just cancel everyone. And this person is like, he's part of the historical makeup of what we know about philosophy and the Greeks and blah blah blah. So like, even if you try to cancel him, you're not really going to cancel him. You might have some people say they don't like him. If there's a statue, they might take a statue down, but you're not going to cancel him. People are still going to refer to him. He's still got ties to Plato, blah, blah, blah. One thing that was interesting in the article was that was the stuff I agreed with. Even if he's problematic, let's learn from him, even if some of his stuff is reprehensible. Then the author starts saying some shit about if some aliens came down and saw Black Lives Matter, I don't know, what would you call it, poster or,
mural, banner.
Yeah, exactly, mural or something. No, basically they said if aliens came down and said Black Lives Matter or all lives matter, both of those would be as benign, I think might have been the word that the author wrote, as the other phrase. In other words, it's an alien. They have a totally different perspective than we do. So Black Lives Matter and All Lives Matter might each sound as benign as each other. And I just kind of scratched my head. I was like, that's an interesting perspective. I mean, first of all, I don't know, the word benign is kind of interesting there to me. It kind of felt like, to me, that's how the author felt about those phrases. And he was using the aliens as like a device to show how like he felt. But to say like,
who basically inoculate him from having any to be responsible for that.
Yeah, exactly, no blowback. If this is what aliens say, they don't know any better. These phrases both are as benign as each other. And I just thought that was kind of weird. So then I went off on a weird.
Well, no, I mean, it feels like you got like that part like upset you a little bit. Or you felt a type of way about it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have need to like mention that specifically.
Yeah. Well, what I said was what's the word that I'm looking for? Tangent. So I went off on a tangent, and I said, well, if aliens came down and said Black Lives Matter, I'd be very interested in why they chose to say that phrase, right? Like, this isn't just some benign.
Probably because phrase. They saw those giant murals from space. They saw crawling on the there. You know, everyone's like painting like giant letters on the road, so they probably saw it.
Okay, that's some good ass eyesight, because there's they're not drawing it that big, but I was just started questioning, like, is there some shit going down in space? Like, are Black people being treated some kind of way in like on other planets? Like, why are they coming down here saying that? That was all. I just wondered about that. That was it.
That's just really a weird argument.
It was. Yeah. It was kind of
always
a weird
has
argument.
Been. It's always been a weird argument, because like, and this is just my opinion. It's like, okay, Black Lives Matter was said, then All Lives Matter was said because Black Lives Matter was said.
Right.
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 But Blue Lives Matter was said, and nobody said nothing about that.
I did.
I did.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a big thing about it. Nobody was going against Blue Lives Matter.
Right.
I was.
But the mainstream. He's right. I mean, the mainstream was.
Well, that's because the All Lives Matter people are the Blue Lives Matter people.
Right.
Yeah, they're kind of. I don't kind of like an
off. So even in that case,
similar.
The problem is with the word black.
Yes, it is.
Definitely.
And that's really the frustrating thing about, and that's really the frustrating thing about it, is because it's coming from fear, because both phrases, well, actually all three phrases, Black Lives Matter, All Lives Matter, Blue Lives Matter, they're all factually, those are all true. That like, that's all of they all matter. The problem
wait a minute.
I'm not finished.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let him finish the thought.
The only problem with is that the All Lives Matter, it came about as a knee-jerk reaction, because all of a sudden it seemed to people who were saying that people who were saying Black Lives Matter were actually saying that Black Lives Matter more than all other lives. That's not what they were saying. It's not what they've ever said. And the problem with that is that it's kind of like this. It's triggered from this reactionary, racist place, where it's this fear of like white people, like it's like unconscious, like white people knowing that like they benefited from white privilege in this country, feeling like, oh my God, when Black people get equal footing, finally treated equally, they're actually going to overtake us and enslave us. That's really what's going on.
Yeah, for real.
Right.
That's definitely what's going on.
Flavy, I just wanted to say, Flavy.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me go all the way with that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Appreciate that.
No doubt.
Well,
I was just gonna say that the blue. There's, unless we believe in Smurfs, blue lives. There's no such thing as a blue life. I mean, that's just
Because
that's just like
police
yeah, that's the
uniforms
other
come
thing.
off.
Yeah.
that's just a ridiculous. That's just like, all right, buddy, like stay in your
Well,
lane.
the problem is it's the argument, because there isn't really a valid argument for the explanation of Black Lives Matter when you inherently know it. So it's a false equivalency, right? Like you begin to compare an occupation to the plight of a minority or a marginalized group.
Exactly. They're
You know
not.
what I mean?
Yeah, and there's an even easier way to say it. It's stupid, is what
Well,
it
yeah.
is. I mean,
So
blue light, like what the hell is a blue life? At least if they had been going around calling themselves blue lives before that, there would have at least been context, you know?
Yeah.
right.
Like
So
But honestly, like saying Blue Lives Matter is like it's like the people now protesting about like reopening schools saying teachers' lives matter. Like it's a
well,
profession.
there's a bigger fear as well, right? And it's something I'd recently shared an article from the governor of Minnesota where she kind of was holding liberals accountable
Yeah, you
for
got that from me.
yeah, and it was a well. Did you write the article? Should
No,
I?
but
Should
you
I have? Should
I
I have?
sent it to you.
sources,
So you know I read it.
sources ish.
so 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 you know she gave examples, right? Like how people are good with you know rental assistance programs but not homeowner assistance, right? Like we'll vote for the rental assistance program, we're cool with that, but what do you mean you want to help them buy a home in our neighborhood? Or you know what I mean? And so there's an inherent fear for some reason. You know, I gave an example to a friend of mine how like my neighbor across the street has a Black Lives Matter sign in her yard, yet the day that I moved in, you know, she pulled up on my brother-in-law and asked him if he sold drugs.
The same person.
Yeah. Yeah, the day that I moved into the house, he was helping me move in, and he got into it with her because he was pissed. She rode up on him, and it wasn't like she was looking to buy. You know what I mean? She
She was just
straight
being nosy.
stereotyped him, and you know, and she has a Black Lives Matter sign in her yard, so it's like okay, well, sometimes you know there's an inherent fear. It's good when it's not close to home, so to speak. But I don't want to dwell on that. I want to just talk about the Aristotle really quick. So I think without reading the article, if what he said about women, he actually said is reprehensible. I have a different opinion on slavery. First of all, let me just preface, I don't agree with slavery in any form. However, I understand slavery in most cases throughout history, with the exception of what, you know, the British people did to the Irish people, what happened here in America, what happened in South Africa. There are exceptions because that type of slavery and in a large the latter half of the Arab slave trade, you know, that type of slavery was specifically based upon one group of people not being equal to another group of people. But for the most part, throughout human history, slavery was a byproduct of warfare. It was either slavery or genocide. That's just what it was. It was a byproduct of conquest. We conquered your people, and we're either going to destroy your people or we're going to enslave your people.
You
And
are,
it was
yes, I agree with you. The concept of slavery being a bad thing is a very, very recent like development in the history of the humanity. It's really only been like the past couple hundred years.
right. There were even laws to how you should treat your slaves. And I'm not saying, one thing I will disagree with you, Sam, on is I still think slavery is inherently bad. But if the alternative is genocide, you understand what I'm saying? So like if you look at the wars that took place between, you know, Catholicism
And
and
that's a
say
rock and a hard place right there.
right, it
between
is.
those two.
Right. So if you look at the wars between say Catholicism and like Romania, right? Like the Romanians' thought process was we're going to either kill you or we're going to breed you out of existence. We're going to enslave you and then breed you out of existence. So this is, I think, the beginning of it becoming really, really this negative. You know, let's look at Egypt, for instance, right? Egypt enslaved a lot of people through conquest. I don't know that Egyptians, you know, should we get rid of all of the pharaohs in Egypt? Should we remove that entire block of it? Like, they enslaved every area around them. They conquered everything around them, with the exception of the Nubians. For some reason, they didn't enslave the Nubians, but everyone else, like everyone else that they were around, that they enslaved.
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
I would say, if we're worried about the effect of cancel culture on something like that, I would say personally, I don't necessarily know that that the pharaohs would have anything to worry about, because I don't think that the pharaohs are looked up to in modern culture, generally speaking, as like the fathers of, like, you know, modern like civilization, or people to be emulated. So I don't really know that like the people, if anyone tried to cancel that, I don't think anyone's going to try to.
I don't think anyone would care.
Because I don't think anyone looks up to them as like great role models of how to like live your life.
I agree, but people look at Egypt as, like, in many cases, the classic example of evolved civilization.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Like the pyramids, like they were like, absolutely, like that was an early sign of like, that was like, no, it was like one of the earliest examples of advanced civilization. Absolutely. I absolutely.
I just throw in one thing in there is just to agree with one thing that you said about how slavery used to be totally different of a different context. So like when I think it was the Dutch, was it the Dutch? I should know this because I just went to Ghana and saw like the slave castles.
Oh wow.
Shit. I'm not remembering. It was somewhere near like the Dutch. If it wasn't the Dutch, Ish, you probably know. What's another group like close to the Dutch?
Belgium, the
Yeah.
Flemings.
What are you talking Dutch, like Holland?
Yeah, I'm talking about the first, slave castle owners or the first slave traders. But anyways, you know, the fact that the Africans who like sold their rivals had no idea that they were selling their rivals into what would be known as the Atlantic slave trade is just something of note, because sometimes people will try to say, hey, well, you can't talk about
slaves,
you know, slavery. Yeah, exactly. It's basically like kind of like racists defending white people, saying, well, Africans sold off their slaves, so like you can't.
Well, there is a good
counterpoint
to that, because you're not wrong, right? Like the West Africans, the Muslim West Africans, who absolutely conquered their rivals and enslaved them. They didn't enslave them under the context of you're less than human. However, for 1,000 years, while they were selling them to the Arabs during what was before the Arab slave trade became the transatlantic slave trade, the Arabs absolutely were treating them less than human. Like the Arabs absolutely treated the West Africans that they purchased from other West Africans as less than humans.
And these slaves were not allowed to eventually marry or leave or gain property or any of that.
No, they were allowed to marry for sure. They weren't allowed to get. They were treated less than human. This is the reason why so many people have a problem. So many black people have a problem with Arabs, and I don't mean Arabian people, just Middle Eastern people. The Middle Eastern. It was called the Arab slave trade. It took place almost 1,500 years. At some point, it became, and then white Europeans invested in it, and it became the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, and it was the Portuguese that I was actually looking looking for. I was wrong. It was not the
Yeah,
Dutch.
yeah.
It was the Portuguese.
Portugal had a lot of beef with Spain, right? Because Spain profited the most off of the transatlantic slave trade.
Mhm.
Like the most, because Spain had the fleet of Spain had the navy. It's the
Yeah.
reason why it came down. So prior to, we're talking prior to well, that's beside the point. So at one point in time, Spain and Portugal had an argument because they had navies, right?
Okay.
So they had an argument over what part of the world that they would settle. Spain ultimately won because Spain settled the Western world. Spain got Mexico, South America, a third of North America, half of the southern part of the United States, all settled by Spain, with the exception of Brazil, which Portugal got, which is why, you know, they speak a Brazilian is such a different language than the rest of the countries in South America, because Portugal got Brazil. But if you look at history, right, like through the Catholic Church, Portugal was all over Africa, all over China, all over Japan, you know, under the guise of spreading Catholicism and Christianity, right? They certainly invested in the slave trade. Again, nobody made more money off of the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, than Spain. Nobody. Spain made, when they talk about the white Europeans that profited the most, they're talking about Spaniards.
Right.
Like Spain had the ships, they had the fleets, they were the people who were getting paid to bring slaves to the United States. If you look at historically, the ships that came to, throughout history, the ships that came to the Western world, come on, Christopher Columbus came over on the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. There's a movie called Amistad. Vasco da Gama and Cortez, you know, came to South America, you know what I mean? And just wreck shop, you know what I'm saying? Like they came with they came, what was it, 1500s? Can't recall the date, but they came and wreck shop. That was the Spanish thing. Not saying that, you know, there weren't other white Europeans involved, but the people who profited the most, I mean, Spain, we were fighting, you know, who were we fighting, you know, for Texas? You know, during the gold rush, we had to, you know, when we were fighting for independence, so-called independence from England, Spain was in California. Spanish people were in California.
Yeah, they still in California.
Well, Spanish-speaking people, yes, but there's
Yeah.
Spanish-speaking
But I mean,
people here too.
you could just break down the names of a majority of the states from the west, from the southwest to the south, and you get Spanish names. Texas, Nevada, California,
Los
Florida.
Angeles, San Francisco.
Yeah, you just get you see Spanish, you see the Spanish influence on the Western world.
Meanwhile, in New York, it's like, you know, all English and Dutch because that's who came here first.
Irish, Italian.
Well, yeah, but New York was a Dutch. What I mean is, like, New York was a Dutch colony, so a lot of like the names of places
You
Yeah,
know,
are Dutch sounding.
definitely them first, because Irish were the N words when they came, and Italians were the next N words when they came. Definitely.
well, you had Irish people that came here to stay here, and then you had Irish people that came here with the sole intent in the 1800s of conquering Canada.
Right, but we're talking about the Dutch were here before that, though, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I'm talking like way, way, way back before the
Yeah.
Revolutionary War.
Well, yeah, Britain wasn't gonna let Irish people. They weren't gonna let Irish people. Irish people were fleeing men the men were fleeing their country and joining, like, the French army and any army they could to get away from Britain's influence, because Britain did them dirty. The potato blight, indentured servitude,
Well,
all
Britain
kind of
did
craziness.
Ireland way too dirty.
Yeah, they did them dirty. Like, they made them indentured servants, came to their country, took their land, and said, okay, I'm going to give you a crop, and you're going to farm this crop so that you can pay me rent for the house that you used to own on the land that you used to own. Like, I'm taking it,
Because that's not a dick move.
and
Not
here's
at
a
all.
potato. Farm this potato and pay me. That was the worst thing they took from America, was the potato, and gave it to the Irish people.
Damn potatoes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the reason all those Irish people came over here.
Be nice.
I am being nice. It's true. The potato famine.
Yeah, the potato blight.
They're literally like all their food dried up. Like they couldn't. They were all
So
starving.
you're telling me that I'm here because of potatoes?
Yes.
It was called the potato blight.
Because because there were no potatoes.
So I'm here because of a lack of potatoes?
Yes. When you're like the dietary staple of the country, like you just it evaporated. So they had to go. Literally had to go somewhere else to eat.
Well, yeah.
Survival.
I mean, I know about the Irish potato
no shame.
famine. I'm
No
just
shame.
like,
when you want to hold on to life, you'll do anything to hold on to life. So
Yep. There was a large contingency that actually fought in the Civil War and planned. They marched through Buffalo, New York. They planned to conquer Canada. They were going to take Canada as like New Ireland.
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You know what that reminds me of is how they always have these alternate history shows now. That's like the new thing. I wouldn't be surprised if someone like tried to do a show like that. Like, what if they had successfully taken Canada?
Offset tales.
What's that?
Said them offset tales in history.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what would have happened if?
Man,
Like
we would have probably been to war with Canada 5 times by now.
Ishmael, do they make those anymore?
What?
What ifs?
Comics?
Yeah.
They'll probably start making them again because Disney Plus is doing a TV series, a what if TV series.
Oh, word? Oh, that's
Yeah.
fine. I hope.
Yeah, which means they'll probably start making the books again.
Damn it, Disney. Disney's got to get their hands on everything.
What ifs were pretty cool. They
Yeah.
just weren't true.
Yeah, they just wasn't true.
No, they were true. They were just true in an alternate bizarro universe.
What if Captain America was Captain USSR?
What if Captain America was like Captain Canada?
Emily, you said something earlier about
What did I say?
Captain Communist.
The folks that want the folks that don't something about the folks that don't want the schools to open. I don't know, you made a comparison.
Oh no, I was saying like, people are saying now like teachers' lives matter. Like
Oh, okay.
in talking about not wanting the schools to open. And I mean, like I was saying to you guys before everybody got here, like how they're having us come back to school like with no students and teach remotely from school. And
Right.
that whole thing about how like
Classroom backdrop.
I mean, I don't really care about going in because like I need to get the hell out of this house anyways, but
Yeah,
like,
you've been talking about that a lot lately. Like you're like, yo, I need to go back.
I gotta the hell out of this house. But like I can also see why other people are like, more reticent, especially like if they're in, especially like, you know, my coworker that I was talking about, like before you two hopped on the call, like my coworker living with her elderly diabetic parents, like she doesn't need to be going in to do something that she could easily do from home. But I'm like, you know, good God, I gotta get the hell out of this 1-bedroom apartment.
So what are they doing in New York City?
I mean, Jesus, I keep getting distracted by the fireworks starting up.
I
But
hear the
here-
CDC is telling us school
Yeah.
is good.
Yep. I think they got to by 45, I think.
Well, I
They
mean, they're
changed their
federal.
tune.
New
They're
York City is
they
saying,
are a branch of the federal government.
I mean, New York City is saying now, like New York City as a whole, and like the school I'm at reports directly to the state. So like our plan doesn't necessarily have to match what the majority of New York is doing.
Hold on, Emily. I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to restate that they fall under a department of the federal government. They're not a branch. Okay, sorry.
Corrections.
Yeah, I wanted to clear that
You
up.
wanted to publish the corrections issue? No, but what I was saying is like that I think like what a lot of schools are looking at is like having kids come back like 1 or 2 days a week in alternate days, and then like do online like on the days that they're not in school. And or like for example, like my school is talking about like having teachers teach remotely but from school for September, and then starting to bring like a quarter of the kids back like per day in October.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
Why do we need school the way it was up until this point?
I mean, here's the
Like, why do we need to make sure every kid graduates by the time they're 17 years old? And they have to learn this by this point, and this by this point, and this by this point. Like, why do we need that?
We don't. Like, and I'll say that, like, and that's going to sound like blasphemy, but we don't. Because,
well, I know a lot of other teachers who are saying that, which is why I'm asking you.
Like,
that we don't.
Ostensibly because people keep talking about, like, you know, learning loss and, like, all this other stuff. And what if our kids get left behind? And I feel like, you know, left behind is not really an applicable term to use when we're the ones that set the goalposts.
Right. That's what I was getting at.
And the goalposts are very, like, white upper middle class centric. And that needs to be deconstructed, in my opinion.
Well, education, right, is based upon the engine that funds capitalism. So like in the 50s and 60s, right, it was the assembly line. So our education system was different, right? Like women were expected to be homemakers and men were expected to go into some sort of trade or assembly line work, right? And then when we got the CPU, what drove capitalism changed.
Yeah, now there's automation. Anybody there?
And change in according to whatever mechanism it is that is driving capitalism.
Yeah, well, no, like, because now we have, like, now because of automation, there's not so much work in the way of, like, assembling lines anymore. So
right. Well, the CPU changed our educational system, the central processing unit.
So now they're pushing, like, you know, that everybody needs to be on the academic track. And I personally think that's a load of horse shit.
We want people that can program computers or You know what I mean?
Or we want
Program
people
things.
who can.
We want coders.
We want
Right.
coders, or we want people who. We want coders, or we want academics, and I feel like that. Like, it bugs me that because not everyone has the brain for that, and and what I see is like these kids sitting like a lot more than when I was a kid of, Miss, why do we have to learn this? Miss, why do we have to learn this? And I feel like that's like a product of standardized testing, because
Mm.
the only answer that I could come up with half the time is because it's on the regents. And but then that kind of brings up the entire question of, well, why is it necessary for kids to pass the regents? Like, look,
I would
number one,
imagine that's for like higher learning, right?
well, that's like the high school final exams. And
Right. Like
that's
if you intend to go into a higher learning type field in college.
well, no, like I'm talking about the exams that like are graduation requirements.
Yeah, but I mean, Regents is an elective, right? Like, not every kid has to take Regents courses.
Yes, they do. It might not have been like back in the day, but no.
Back in the day.
They have to take Regents courses now?
Yeah, and even when I was in high school, like most kids did.
I didn't, but
You went to private school.
that's true.
I
talking
didn't. I went to
public
public school. We had Regents available, but that was you had a choice.
So, well, yeah, I mean, like, but here's the thing: is like, it wasn't a choice anymore, even by the time I was in high school, and I was
calling
like,
you oldish.
no, I was less than 10 years behind him. Like,
Yeah, but that's enough for a
10 years
drastic shift in education. 10 years is a
but
lifetime.
like, yes, and like
It's a
and
lifetime when it comes to advancement.
well, and it's changed a lot even since like, I was in high school, where like they still weren't like completely required, but they were required for most people, like, unless
Well, see,
basically,
like, the stuff we learned when we was in high school, we had the glorious availability to say, once we got older, that half the shit we learned we never wound up using.
Yeah, high school is a waste of time. College and
Yeah.
elementary school were more.
hang on a sec.
Stuff you're teaching now, they're gonna use it.
Nah, they're not teaching things like how to understand credit or
Like useful things.
or mortgage classes or
Not the good stuff.
Preach.
That's still field training.
You're not teaching how to interact with cops. How
yeah.
to know your rights.
I mean, think about it.
Am I being detained?
Think about it. So America is this great country that we live in, right? But when you graduate from high school, you find out that for everything that you need to live, you have to pay for it.
Right.
Everything that matters in order for you to live. I mean, you got to pay for health insurance. As a matter of fact, if you want a real education, it's going to cost you a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
Like if you want to buy a house, think about this. To buy a house, you have to go to the creditor to get educated on how to buy the house. The person that is going to put you in debt is going to teach you what you need to know in order to purchase a house.
I mean, yeah, but it's like, it's more than just that, because it's like, like what I was saying, like even when I was in high school, like, yes, you're right, like you still hadn't, like it was still an option to do Regents exams or not, but like most kids were still pushed into Regents track by the time I was in high school, and now it's like, everybody has to be, because
It's-
they want everyone on like highly academic tracks, and I
yeah,
feel
but
like it's
I'm
useless. Why like I'm
if 10 kids in 100, no, 10 kids in 500 need Regents chemistry and Regents biology. Those are the 10 that are going to go to medical school, and 7 of them are going to make it.
basically,
All
You
right,
know what I mean?
sorry,
but here's
I gotta run across the street to walk my mom's dogs. I hope you guys are still on by the time I get
yeah,
back. If
Okay.
have a wonderful evening, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
All
See you
right.
soon.
All right, Sam. Hopefully we are.
Yeah, that would be wonderful, Ish.
just leave it on.
I am
Just
leaving.
leave the computer on.
Yep.
But no, like what I was saying is that like there's just like so much of what we're told to teach is based upon like what's on the test that these kids like might not even or probably won't even need, but yet we have to like push
So
the
yeah,
test,
what is the
the
difference
test, the
between
test.
what is the difference between the stuff you're talking about and the regular? I mean, I took Regents, so like, what's the difference between Regents and regular?
What's that? Sorry.
Regents is harder.
No, I know that. That's it. This one is harder.
Well, my point is that like it's like it's much more like it's like Regents track is much more like academic based for like
It'll help you get in. It'll help you get
the
into the
future
school better.
doctors and lawyers and business people of America.
But even if not, it'll probably just looks good on a resume.
Yeah, but the point is that like that's what it was when I was in high school, but now
Right.
it's like everybody's required to take it, and like we have to meet all of these like benchmarks of amount of percentage of kids passing it in order to get funding and in order to like not be like vilified as a bad school. And so it's like it's completely dictated what we teach, and
Right.
and the kids are constantly complaining. They're like Miss, when are we ever going to use this shit? And I feel like and it's not that they're like dumb or that they don't want to apply themselves. It's that they're not interested, and who can blame them? Like, if you're not interested in something, like, why are you going to put any effort into it? So it's kind of like a self-perpetuating cycle that it takes them longer to finish, because like for a lot of them it's like they would rather like just chill out with their friends all day and not go to school because it's not interesting to them. Like, it's like, what good is it doing them in their daily lives? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like and even I was like this, like, and I got good grades. Like, I was not interested in like reading like classic literature and stuff in high school. I was not interested in it. And like, because I felt like it didn't apply to real life or didn't apply to anything that I was interested in. And because I was kind of like the perfectionist that didn't want to get a bad grade, like I did it. But like, if I wasn't such like a type A personality, I feel like that like I wouldn't have wanted to go to school either,
Yeah.
I didn't want to go to school, so I didn't. I just didn't go.
I mean, Now let me ask you this question. Like,
I just,
how did that go over? How did that go over, like, with your mother?
well, my mom just didn't know. She was a single parent who worked.
So, but the school wouldn't, like, call her or anything?
I mean, they would.
But it would just be like, there's nothing I can really
No, I
do
mean,
about it
like,
kind of
it wasn't like she
situation.
had a cell phone, so they had to call my
Yeah.
house.
Oh, that's a good point. Like, even now, like, a lot of, like, the parents of my students are kind of like, even though, like, the kids have cell phones and parents have cell phones and you can always get in touch with them, even now, the parents are like, well, they're going to do what they're going to do because I've got too much other shit going on.
Oh
So are
no,
you
my
saying that
mom.
you are receiving those phone calls yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't answer the phone.
Oh, but you stood home?
You have an answering machine?
Yeah,
So you just erase the message? Or?
yeah, but it wasn't like after a while they just didn't call.
So the TLDR is that, like, she didn't really find out.
No,
Like, because that's the thing. Like, I've, like,
I
in
mean,
my
I
case,
passed every year. I graduated. That was all that kind of mattered.
Mm-hmm.
well,
I
yeah.
couldn't fail. So
I mean, I think, like, I'm just saying that, like, I came from a very, I would
Nobody's
say,
playing
like,
video games.
from a different perspective, though, being, like, coming from, like, a family of educators, like, or coming from a
your
family,
mom was a teacher.
like, my parents both were college professors, are, like, whatever. So it was like, and very, like,
Is your mom still a college professor?
uh, part-time. But now even that's kind of, like, questionable because of the COVID. She's been talking lately about retiring early because of the COVID, because she's getting, like, sick of teaching on Zoom.
What does she teach?
Like, right now, she's just teaching piano lessons, which is, like, ridiculously hard over Zoom.
Yeah, I was about to say, because there's like
But
there's kind of
a
like
lag.
yeah.
But I mean, like, my dad was, like, when he was
So your
alive,
parents were a teacher. You married a teacher. You're a teacher.
the only person who's not a teacher is my brother, and that's because he has no patience.
This is
But
like clandestine.
yeah, but, like, I think that because my family was, like, educators, and because, like, they came from, like, from situations where they weren't necessarily going to, like, good schools and whatnot, like, to them, like, they were like, education is everything, like, this is your job, like, it's a moral failing, like, if you don't do well in school. So,
Well,
like,
speaking of teaching, I got to call you on use of a vocabulary word. Clandestine does not work in that does not work in that sentence.
It does.
It does?
Yes,
it's a matter of semantics.
it absolutely does.
How so?
But kind of, like, to continue, like, what I was saying, it's like, when I was in,
Okay, that's what we're doing now.
well, nobody answered.
It's all
Like,
Yeah,
like,
it's Mike being pretentious.
but, like,
For what?
all right,
Like for what?
well, because I mean, you're good with the vocab words, and I'm just gonna. It's just a teachable moment. We're talking about teaching, and
can we stay on message? But, like, I think it's like,
clandestine,
I would have been like
kept
freaking,
secret or done secretively, especially because, oh, listen, she deserved better than these clandestine meetings.
Oh no, it does kind of work because if everybody in my family
Oh
is
God, one of
teachers,
these.
if everybody
Really?
in my
That's a
family is
secret?
teachers, it means we're secretly plotting to take over the world.
Right. That was good.
Anyways,
That was good. You guys are politicians.
anyways, so, but the point is like, you know, skipping school or doing anything like that's like quote unquote bad was considered such a moral failing. Like when I was a kid, like in my family, that I was like scared shitless to do anything bad. I'm like, that's why, like, you remember the conversation we were having the other night about like me being like a late bloomer with everything? Like, it was because I was like scared shitless to like break moral code in high school.
Because of your folks, or because you thought you were going to go to hell?
Well, a little bit of both, but they were kind of both related because like my family / extended family was so uber religious was part of it, but like part of it was just like I was afraid to get caught. Like there's no ifs, ands, or like there were no two ways about it. I was like terrified of getting caught doing something I shouldn't.
Okay.
And I think it was just like a matter of like maybe me not wanting, I think it was part of like my perfectionism, me like not wanting to disappoint people. Like even to this day, like there's stuff that my own family doesn't know about me because I don't want to like ruin their image of me, if that makes any sense.
You don't want to ruin, so that's why you went into teaching?
No, this is like a totally different subject. Like I'm just saying, like, you know, why I was like, you know, still going to school and still doing everything I was supposed to do and following the rules because I was scared of what would happen if I didn't. But that kind of relates because like I was like, I didn't see the point of a lot of the stuff in school either, but I was afraid not to do it because that was just like what you did and I didn't want to get caught.
I was the same way, except for actually going. I was not going to fail because my mom set a standard.
So it was like, you know, like I wasn't gonna miss school, or like I wasn't gonna do this, that, or the other, because like I felt like all hell would have broken loose if I got caught.
What were you eating, Mike?
Just
Puffed
now?
rice? Yeah, in that container, that tube.
Oh, this was kettle corn.
It looked like Pringles.
Kettle corn.
That sweet corn? That sweet popcorn?
Yeah, it's like it's a little sweet. Yep. The little 99-cent jammy.
KD. KD.
He's meditating.
Watching
Yep.
movies or something.
What, you sleeping?
Nah,
You were playing
So why
video
did-
games just a little while ago?
Why did you?
I was on mute. My son was in the background making noise, so I didn't mute it up.
Why did you go into teaching?
Said it again. Why did I do what?
Go into teaching.
I don't know. I wanted to.
That's
I
a
needed
long
a
pause.
job. I needed a job, and I wanted to do something a little more meaningful than data entry or data work or working in a call center or something, you know?
Or I hear that.
And I mean, like, yeah, no, I think more and more, like, in my case, like I, I was one of those kids, like, who thought they were, like, like you were talking about earlier, like, destined to go to med school, like, and become a doctor up to, like, I was, like, 18, 19 years old. And then I was like, what am I doing with my life? Like, I don't like blood and I don't like hospitals. What the hell makes me think I want to be a doctor? Just because I want to, like, do something that helps people. I could do
Oh,
that without dealing with blood.
so you wanted to be a doctor?
I did, but I think it was just because, like, I was very heavily skewed towards, like, science came naturally to me. And I was so skewed that way that I was like, that's what I can do. That's like what's predestined for me almost. Like, I don't know. I did have a complex when I was younger that, like, I had to do something that people deemed prestigious or whatever, because I felt like I had to, like, do better than my parents, who felt like that they had to do better than their parents, and the vicious cycle continued.
Everybody's a doctor, huh? That's like the thing, right? Like every 8-year-old is like, I'm gonna be a doctor.
No, I didn't say that when I was 8 years old.
I mean,
I
I
said
I
I was
wanted to
gonna
be a
be.
lawyer when I was young,
yeah, there you go.
and
I said I
then
was gonna
and
be
then
a
I was
Hollywood
told I
star.
should be a doctor, but that didn't go over well.
Yeah, and
Somebody,
the irony, I was told I should be a lawyer.
My son is 3, and he tells me every day he wants to be a doctor cardiologist.
How does he know that word at 3?
I have no idea.
Wow, he's got quite the vocab.
No, it's like when I was a kid, I didn't
Is
want to
he,
be a doctor when I was 8 years old. I wanted to be a Hollywood actress.
AD, is your son
Straight?
reading or?
A little bit, not fully yet.
Mm. You think he picked that up from a show or something, or talking to somebody?
Probably talking to somebody.
Wait a second, you said he was 3 and he could read already? Or?
Some words he can.
Because I feel like that, like, most people don't read until they're like 5 or 6.
He's kind of advanced for a 3-year. That's why we argue all the time. He can argue. He's highly capable of arguing.
And I mean, like I say that honestly, that's another oddity about me. Like, I knew how to read when I was 2 years old.
Yeah. Highly intelligent kid.
And the weird thing about, like, it only happens in, like, some, like, 5% of kids or something. And where I just, like, nobody ever taught me. I just, like, picked up a book and started reading it. And my parents were like, what the hell's going on here? Like, how did you learn to do that?
now your brother,
My
he was
brother?
he was going to teach.
Oh, no. He's the outlier. He was never interested in becoming a teacher because he has,
No patience.
yeah, he has enough sense to know that he has no patience. Like,
No patience or no tolerance.
that's a good. I don't know. That's a good question. See, you know what's a weird thing about my brother though, is that he's really good with kids. Like kids love him, and he's really patient with kids. But he has like little kids, but he has like no fucking patience for like anybody over the age of 10. Like he's like, you know, like he'll try to explain something really complicated to you and then kind of act like, you know, well, what the hell is wrong with you that you don't understand what I'm talking about? Meanwhile, he's talking about like binary coding or something. And I'm like, you don't get it. My brain's not wired that way. Like, you gotta go slower. Like, stop being so fucking impatient.
Hmm. He's older or younger?
Younger.
How close in age?
I'm 5 years older. I had to do. You made me do math, but he's the same age as Cynthia.
Oh, okay.
So I was invited to a bar tomorrow.
Where the hell is there a bar open? That's what
Well,
I want to know.
They have a backyard, and
Oh,
so a
well,
friend of mine rented the backyard out for 2 hours.
well, you're gonna have to order food or risk getting shut down by the state liquor authority.
Is that what they're doing now?
Yeah, they say that you can't order alcohol without food anymore because they say that like too many people are chilling out in front of like on the sidewalks and partying.
Oh well, we're gonna be in the backyard.
Oh, you're actually going?
I don't know.
You heard Como said specifically talking to Buffalo said wings are not food.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, he sure did.
Oh, I saw
No.
that.
Wait, Cuomo said this?
Yeah, he
Sure.
did.
Yeah, he's gonna lose. He's gonna lose a bunch of popularity, man.
Yeah, they went crazy on Twitter on his ass.
Yo,
Well,
that's the worst. That's the worst thing to say to Buffaloni.
Well,
Why would he say chicken isn't food?
Well, he said wings.
He said
That would
wings are not
that would have
food,
been even
like,
that would have been even worse if he said chicken is not food.
Yeah,
he
but he did say chicken
sandwiches.
isn't food.
Well, he said
He
wings.
said
He said
sandwiches
wings.
is the smallest we can go.
Well, what kind of wings are we talking about, Mike?
We're talking about like appetizers, like
Chicken wings.
like the whole.
Well,
We're talking about
then
like
we're talking about chicken.
Yeah, but if he had said but chicken, you could have like a thigh, you could have like a leg,
And it's still chicken.
No, he talking about buffalo
He's talking
wings.
about wings.
he's talking about
Yeah, but
appetizers.
you're just because you make a differentiation between a thigh and a wing doesn't make it any less chicken.
Bruh,
All chicken
what are
parts
we-
matter.
Bro, what are we doing?
No, because I'm saying so he's saying inherently he's saying chicken isn't food, and you're saying no, he didn't say
that's
chicken
not
wasn't
what
food.
he's saying. Chicken wings. He's talking about He's talking about the smallest chicken you can have is a wing.
But that
He
doesn't
didn't say anything about thigh.
Mike,
He didn't say anything about a whole chicken.
Mike.
Yo, KD, can you help me out here?
Mike, who cares whether it's a whole chicken or not? Your argument
Cuomo,
is that
Cuomo does.
no. Hold
Your
on, you're not.
argument
Let
with
me.
Cuomo.
Can I make one point? You're
Sure.
saying to me, I said, so he said chicken isn't food, and you said no, he didn't say that. He said a wing isn't food. What are we doing here?
I don't know.
Like, what are you doing?
I have no idea.
Is a chicken wing not chicken?
Okay, I'm gonna put it to you like this: a wing is chicken. Not all chicken is wings.
Right.
Okay.
But
All right.
all
Boom.
chicken wings
Boom.
are chicken, right?
Boom.
All chicken wings are chicken. Yo, can I talk, man? Stop doing that. Why even do that? Why are you talking over me? I'm not talking over you.
How am I talking over you? I thought you were done.
Boom, while I'm talking. What do you mean? How did you think I was done when you hear me talking and you're saying boom over me so that I can't talk? No, I was actually talking.
Okay, go ahead, man.
But
I'm good, man.
I think like the intent of the whole of him saying that was that he thought people were trying to skirt the rule about like bars being closed by having like, you know, bars on the sidewalks of New York with like, you know, serving chicken wings and or appetizers and just saying, "Oh, well this is food, this is a meal, it's outdoor dining." And like, you know, and he was getting his like his panties in a punch
Yeah, he's doing
because
too much. He's doing
because
way too much.
people were like he was getting his panties in a punch worried that people were like loitering on the street partying during the COVID. And there's only like, to be honest with you, there's only like one thing. There's one big thing that's been going on, like with people kind of like bending COVID rules that bugs me. And that's the fact that like in Queens there are hookah bars open.
I was about to say in Queens is
Yeah,
where
like
they've
what are
been.
you people doing here? Like
In Queens, they've been fucking up.
you're
They've been
talking
fucking
about
up
like
Queens.
you allowing people when there's a respiratory disease going around to be like
Doing a hookah.
doing a hookah. Like, what are we doing here, people? Stop. Just stop.
Yeah, that's great.
Like, I haven't shared a smoking anything with people for months. Like,
So, but
what are
why
you
would he?
doing here?
Why would he? Why would he say what he said? Like, what was his point?
He was trying this. I think he was trying to say, like, bars stop trying to get around the rules by only serving appetizers rather than serving a meal.
But that's like saying pizza isn't food.
Or hot dogs, for that matter. I think it was like,
It's a slippery slope for sure.
yeah.
It's definitely a slippery slope.
And I mean, I think that, like, I'm not going to lie, like, look, I'm glad, because I would much rather be in New York than Florida right now.
Well, before you go on, what he needs to do is he needs to say, like, there's a way to be straight up and a way not to be like disingenuous, right? So just be like, you got to serve more than appetizers
Yeah, just say it.
because appetizers are food.
Right. That's why Nisby said that I kind of felt like he was targeting Buffalo.
All right, so meat eaters in the house. Well, let me ask you a question. Because when I ate meat, like 10 wings was like a meal, right? And you might have some carrots and some celery on the
10
side.
wings, 10 wings will fill me up.
Yeah, 10
I
wings
could
is a
count
damn
10 wings as a
10
meal.
10 wings is how the meals came, right? You could get 10 wings, or you could get a steak, or you could get something else. So, like, to me, he's like way off. Like, you know, if you're going to one of these places that's like 25-cent chicken wings, but even then, they make you get a minimum, right? Because they're so cheap. So even then,
Yeah.
like, you can't just get 2 wings for 50 cents.
No, it's gonna cost you like
You got to get at least 10.
Exactly.
you got to get 10, and you're gonna be paying.
Yeah,
Especially,
you're not
I would imagine
ordering
if
one
you're in New
chicken
York.
wing.
I would imagine if you're in New York City, you're paying $15 for those 10 wings.
Well, yeah, I'm saying
Basically.
those. I'm saying when they have those deals, like, and it's like chain, like they have those deals, like 50-cent wings or
Oh, like
something like that.
at TGI Fridays and places like that?
Yeah, but you
Yeah.
still got to get
Yeah,
a
I see what
minimum.
you're saying.
You still got to get a minimum.
But I think like, you know, it's getting kind of tiresome, like the fact, like it was
I just
not
know it takes
said
me.
correctly.
It takes me 2 days to eat a 6-slice personal pizza and 10 wings. It takes me 2 days.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right.
To eat
I
a
mean-
6-slice personal pizza and 10 wings.
Yeah. I won't eat that in one day because it's just, what I'm essentially getting is a small pizza, right? Cut into 6 and 10 wings. I can't eat a whole small pizza. And 10 wings by themselves will fill me up.
Well,
Will
no
fill me up.
thing, like no
What about
one person
later?
can
Like,
eat
what if
that
you?
much.
What if you order it earlier in the day?
So if I order it before noon, because how I liked it, if I eat pizza and wings, I usually have 2 slices and 4 wings. That's usually
Okay.
what I put on my plate, right? So if I
Okay.
order before noon, that's what I'll have, and I'll be full off that. If I eat more again, say for dinner, it'll be 2 slices and 4 wings.
I see.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So then the next day I'll have like 2 more slices of pizza, and not because I planned it that way, because that's what'll actually fill me up.
But here's what I find to be like interesting about the whole thing is
Now,
that
hold on. I'm sorry to cut you off, Emily. Now, Mike, if you ever saw like the time I posted the picture on Facebook a couple weeks back, maybe a month back, of remember you commented on it. It was a 3 cheesesteak pizza.
3 cheesesteak.
No, it was
pizza.
It was a steak hoagie pizza,
Steak hoagie pizza. Okay.
and it was cut into 6s. And those slices are big because it's a small pizza. It's not like a tiny pizza. I mean, you know how you get small, medium, and large?
Yeah.
It's not actually a personal pizza. I order a small pizza for myself, and they just cut it into 6. So
Okay.
those are like 6 big slices. You know what I mean?
Okay.
With like, whatever you put on a steak hoagie on the pizza.
Oh, okay. So 6. So normally a pizza is what? 8 slices? Oh, okay. And you're doing 3 slices, so the slices are bigger. I see.
No, I'm doing 6 slices.
Right.
we're
Yeah.
saying the whole pizza is 6 slices.
Yeah.
Right. So those
Yeah.
are bigger. Those are bigger
Yeah.
slices.
Yeah, they're
So-
big slices. And then you figure it's a steak hoagie pizza, so it's not just topped with cheese and pepperoni, right? It's topped with,
hefty.
it's
pretty
heavy.
hefty. Yeah. It's heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's buffalo, so it's a
It's
big
good pizza.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big
Yeah.
pizza. Because
It's
some
not
of these
that-
places do some thin ass small pizzas.
well,
Yeah,
it's-
but New York is really got a lot us beat, and most places in the country beat when it comes to good pizza.
Yeah.
but like I think like getting back to the whole like the principle of the whole thing, I could argue that it's actually more of a problem that people are expected to order like 10 buffalo wings at a time or 20 buffalo wings at a time, because no one person could finish all that in a single sitting.
Nobody can make you order 20 wings.
But
That's crazy.
I was okay. I was pulling that out of my rear end, but like the point is that like even 10 wings, like that's a full meal.
Yeah.
So
how you gonna drink? How you gonna drink on top of that?
So
when we were slaves, they could make us order 20.
But what I'm saying is that it's actually counterproductive. Is that I feel like you could serve wings if you served smaller amounts of wings, because like here's the thing is that the platters of wings that they were serving like were kind of like they weren't conducive to being eaten by one person. Like
here's just the easier way to say all of this. Cuomo is way the fuck out of touch. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, no, but
he's well intended.
The point that I was making is that ordering so many wings causes people to congregate close to each other, because no one person eats like a whole platter of wings by themselves in one sitting.
Cuomo is making a bid for the vice presidency, and we're all going to be fooled. People just think that Joe Biden is going to pick a woman, and he's not.
Well, you don't think so?
No, I think he's not.
No.
Why do you think this?
What, I think he's
that's
not?
Fake news?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't trust him. I don't have any real. I don't have anything other than my intuitive and
it's just
my
a
intuition
feeling.
and my intuition. I just feel like he's gonna come out, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was Cuomo. I'm kind of kidding and being exaggerative, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was Cuomo. But I just don't think that what we think
matters.
Not that what we think matters. I kind of think like this is the projection of the people more so than it is. And I know he said it, right? Months ago, he came out and he was like, I'm going to have this big reveal, be the first to know, follow me on Facebook, which, that came and went.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? No
Right.
big reveal, no nothing. It was like, okay, how many people decided to follow him on Facebook just because, someone said on one of my threads yesterday, and we're going to get a woman vice president. And I'm thinking to myself, why? Because he told you that?
I see.
Like, where is this really coming from? He said it one time, but this
Well,
idea, and it's not like
Well,
he has
he
to
said
hold
it
to
when
that.
he said it in a debate, didn't he? So he said it when he
I
said it
can tell
almost
you,
kind of like when he
I
was
can
in a
tell you where it's coming
corner.
from. I
He
can
said
tell
he
you
had
where it's coming from.
He said he had a manifesto on Black America. Anyway, go on, Mike. Where's it coming from?
Well, it's coming from just the political people knowing what looks the best, like what makes the most sense, right? Like,
You
just
mean like
nowadays,
just pundits?
yeah, just like nowadays, like it makes the most sense for him to get a woman, and even better if it's a black woman. That's just what makes the most sense for him.
Oh, so now I really, really believe he's not picking a woman
Because he said that because it was convenient.
because it makes the most sense for him to do it.
Yeah, it's just that it can get
No, I
him the
mean
most.
I'm not joking or being sarcastic.
Like, did you think he's
Nothing
so
that
out
he's
of it?
been
He's
no,
so out
what
of
I'm
it.
saying is nothing that he's been doing since at least in 2020 makes sense to me, man.
I see.
I mean, you even posted something today from Sean King that's just like, and I read it, and then I listened to Charlamagne and them talk about it with Run the Jewels today, and it's just like, dude, I'm still voting for you, but like, whoever's telling you to talk is as bad as the people that let Trump talk.
Man,
He
I'm
needs new
sure.
handlers.
I'm sure it's not let. I'm sure it's like they're scrambling every day to try to find ways to like turn his mic off.
Okay,
Wait,
yeah, you're right.
wait,
Same with Biden though. Like, are you
No, that's what
serious?
I'm saying. I'm
Oh
talking
yeah,
about Biden. I'm talking about Biden. As a matter of fact, remember how we said where was he for months?
they probably was like, yo,
They
don't say
probably cut
nothing,
his
man.
mic off. They probably
They
like,
hid
yo,
him in a bunker.
that's what they did. I'm sure. And he finally woke up and he's like, whoa, what's going on? I haven't been saying stuff. When we
Did
go
y'all see
talk
the
to
interview with him and Obama?
when?
Maybe about yesterday or the day before.
No, I didn't know he had an interview with Obama.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
They sat down and had a conversation.
Uh-oh.
I didn't see
Joe
that one.
is,
And you know what? It was the first time I seen him talk, and he talked like a regular person.
Who,
who,
Obama?
Joe?
Joe.
Was he saying some wild stuff?
Nah, he wasn't saying nothing wrong. They was really just going down memory road of the stuff that Obama did and
Okay.
the part that he played in it. And then, basically just blackballing Trump.
Is that where he said Trump is the first racist president?
Yes.
See
See, Obama must
phrase.
have been like, damn it, why do I have to be here?
So that phrase, Trump is the first racist president, like, it's missing a couple of words. Like, Trump is the first modern, overtly racist president.
I mean, it's just out of touch.
Yeah. You could color it up and, put lipstick on it, but it's...
No, but I mean, like, what I'm saying is that, like, what I just said totally changes the meaning of the whole thing because, like, what people are missing, like, is, like, the overtly part, like, is the fact that, like, every president going back to God's creation has been racist. And,
Oh, I see.
But
Well,
since slavery, none of them have done anything, or since, like, at least, like, within my lifetime, like, it's always been coded language. Like, it's not, like, nobody's ever, like, uncoded their language the way Trump has.
Right.
like in the past, like it was always like things like, you know, the infamous super predator statement, or it was always like cloaked in like people talking about safety or
welfare
Well,
queens.
what language has Donald Trump used that isn't coded that denotes him as a racist?
I mean, the Mexicans are bringing drugs and crime. Like, to me, like, that's like,
Or they're bringing over their worst
are they
people, like
bringing
drug
over their
dealers and
worst people?
rapists, or Africans live in shithole countries, or whatever he said.
Yeah, but all that's true.
Not necessarily. Like,
No,
would you be willing?
Don't fall for that.
Don't. But here's my point. Like, yes,
I gotta disable my phone when I'm on these shows.
why?
Because he forgets that when he's talking, people can hear what he's saying.
Because my phone rings
Oh,
But like,
like it just did just now, even though I.
it's called "Do Not Disturb," dude. But like, I think that what gets me about like the Mexicans are bringing drugs, bringing crime, yada 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 statement is, yes, it's true. A lot of drug trafficking has occurred due to
Oh, I was kidding.
Mexican cartels. But, well, yes, but the point is it's just like the way he said it was like 9 out of 10 Mexicans are criminals coming in, wrecking all this havoc, which couldn't be further from the truth.
Well, no, it's true. It's true that they're criminals. It's not true that they're coming in causing havoc and wrecking things.
I mean, if you wanted to, like, by literal interpretation, yes, they're breaking immigration law, but
that means they're
but
criminals.
that's the hypothetical. Well, yes, like by a literal interpretation, yes, but that doesn't account for like the whole like drugs and rape and
No, it doesn't.
other part of that statement.
Yeah, that I don't agree with that, but
or it doesn't account for people who actually come in, as refugees,
Or refugees, or what about people who come in who have papers when they come in and run into some sort of a snafu? Or like DACA kids whose parents bring them in when they're babies and they don't have any say in it. Like, we can't call them criminals because they didn't explicitly make that decision.
that makes America their home.
Exactly. Like, they don't know anything else if they were brought here as babies.
I agree with. Like, I don't know. It's a slippery slope.
That makes them America's youngest criminals who actually learn crime from a very young age.
Yeah, I think I second Mike on that.
Once they learn from this young age, it's very hard to disentangle them from crime. That's why
Mike on that.
You got to kick them out while they're young.
Right. I'm with Mike on that.
Let them grow older. Let them learn about life and then come in legally.
Yeah, give them the choice that was taken from them by their parents.
Exactly. Boom.
But here's the thing, though, is like, do you want to, like, I wouldn't want to put them back I wouldn't want to send them back into, like, a country. Well, that too, because there is a lot of, like, violence in places like Honduras and El Salvador and Guatemala. But
those aren't Mexico.
No, but that's not what I was going to, well, there's a lot of violence in Mexico too, but that's not.
Yeah, but they're Mexican babies. They're built for it.
That's not what I was gonna say, is that like a lot of times they're brought in like so young, like that they don't even speak Spanish. Like, how are they gonna even like order food or like get it or like get from the airport?
That's what I'm saying. You gotta put them back until they learn Spanish, and then gradually they can learn English. and they can learn how to get their papers, and then they can come back.
Yeah, we could start a program where all of them have the first rights to come back,
Right.
but they gotta go through the process.
But I mean, that's guaranteeing that they're like, I don't know, like, I feel like that, like, a lot of people would see that as an empty promise. That, like,
Well, that's welcome to America. You know, empty
Hope you
promises.
hope
I
you
just,
survive the experience.
I just don't think you can I just don't think you could dehumanize people like that.
By sending them back where they came from.
No, by like, not even that, but by like,
By giving them empty promises.
no, by doing it, by making it involuntary for them and like completely upending their life. Like, if, like, to get them a path to citizenship, like, they need to be, like, there needs to be a way for them to stay.
The circumstances that allowed them to get here was involuntary.
The circumstances that allowed them to get here was involuntary, but what else do they know? Like, they're settled into their lives now, like, and then like you're gonna like pull that out from under the rug.
Well, exactly. You got to do it before they get settled.
Yeah, just put them in little baskets and push them across the stream.
Dude, that's cruel. That's like child abuse. I hope you're being facetious.
Well, it
So
worked
you
for,
don't
it worked for Moses, didn't it?
You don't think some woman who ran across the border with a baby that's not abuse?
Well, was she putting
At,
them in a basket and pushing them down the river
at
without?
least we're putting them in a basket.
Dude,
She didn't
that's
even do that, right?
dangerous.
She just threw them right into the fire.
Well,
Listen, the basket
two
was good
wrongs,
enough for the
two
basket was
wrongs
good enough.
don't make a right.
The basket was good enough for Moses, and look what he became.
It's true. You don't hate Moses, do you?
Yeah. I'm like out of responses.
So what you're saying is what you're saying is that because this baby is the youngest foreign criminal that we have in our country, that it deserves to be able to stay here and we cultivate its criminality?
because the only law that they're breaking is a stupid law that needs to be fixed.
But shouldn't we fix that law first before criminalizing young babies?
But what are we gonna do about it? Like, we didn't make the choice to criminalize the young baby. Their parents brought them.
So we call the bill the bottle in a basket deal. We give them a bottle full of Enfamil, a basket, and a boost downstream.
No, that's cruel and unusual punishment.
It's no more cruel than what their mother did to them. I mean, we'll send the mom with them.
Besides, Mexico's a beautiful country. Anyway.
This is sounding awfully xenophobic.
Wow, you don't think Mexico's a beautiful country?
No,
Really?
it's not.
Wow.
It's not that, but like.
Wow, I can't believe you just said that. That's crazy.
But those people,
Wow.
like, you can't insult, like.
Wow.
You can't insult Mexicans. Like.
No, I just gave him a comment. I just said Mexico's a beautiful country.
But here's the thing: is like. The point is that like. I don't care how beautiful of a country Mexico is or not, like, you can't act like that you don't want them here. Or that you can't assume they're horrible people.
What if you don't want them here? Is it wrong to not want them here?
Honestly, yes.
Why? Why is it wrong? Why is it wrong to not want them here?
What did they ever do to you?
I
Like they're
mean,
they're
why
doing
is
their
it
jobs,
wrong?
they're minding their own business. What did they ever do to you?
Why is it wrong to not want people who aren't legal citizens to come here? Why is that wrong?
I mean, it's not wrong like to try to prevent them. Here's the thing, it's not wrong to want to vet who's coming into the country, but
What is it
not
wrong?
once they're already here, like it's once they're already here, if they're not causing any other problems, like
I can't just go
what's it to you?
live in another country illegally.
Well, you could.
No, I mean I
You're just
can, but
choosing not to.
well, yeah, because I'd be breaking the country's laws, which inherently shows that I don't have any respect for the country's laws.
And let's be real here though. Is everybody who ever does anything wrong in their life like completely like completely like a horrible, disrespectful person? Like you would be hard pressed to find somebody who has never broken a single law.
Yeah, but it's different when you're talking about an American breaking an American law.
Amen, brother.
This is sounding, I mean, I'm seriously, this is sounding awfully xenophobic.
It's not xenophobic. I don't have a problem with Mexican people. What I'm saying is what is wrong with not wanting immigrants to just come to the country through the wrong channel? What is wrong with finding those who did and making them go? Like if you break the law and they find out that you break the law, you're going to be punished for it as an American.
Well, number one, what's wrong with it is the fact is that they're doing it in cruel and unusual fashion.
But the basket and the bottle thing?
The way the U.S. is doing it now, like they're doing it in cruel and unusual fashion. Like,
Hey guys, what are we talking about?
it's
Oh,
it's inhumane.
oh, I was
Number
saying that
one.
Mexico was a beautiful place, and then
We got
Emily
caught.
had some other things.
She thought we were xenophobic because we think Mexico's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's not what I said, yo.
You said this is sounding xenophobic.
No, well, I did say that, but I said like, you know, that like we're talking like sending people back to, we're talking like just plopping people on a bus or a boat or a bottle or whatever, or a basket or whatever the heck, and sending them, and just like sending them back with no support, no provisions.
I was very clear when I said basket.
But the point is that like these are still human beings that we're talking about, and the country enforces immigration law in very inhumane ways.
Yeah, but people had a problem with immigration law before Trump made it inhumane.
Yes, but, and I might be wrong, but I guess my point about it is that immigration law in the U.S. like just sucks. But
well, that's because we the chicken is immigrants. The egg is law.
So what are you saying? Which comes first, the chicken or the egg?
No, I'm telling you which comes first.
Yeah, but which do you believe comes first, the chicken or the egg?
The chicken.
So you're saying that the immigrants are the reason why the law was put into place?
And it's the reason why the law has been organic and has been in changes because of the level of immigration. Like, we didn't just say, you know what, we need laws for immigrants. We started getting an influx of immigrants in the late 19th to early 20th century. And then we made immigration laws because of the type of immigrants that we were getting. And then as time progressed and the types of immigrants that we were getting changed, then the laws changed to conform to that, or accordingly.
But here's my point, is that like, what is that he's making this very clearly about Hispanics. Like, he's not, like, you don't see him enforcing like immigration laws with like people coming from white countries.
But it's not the same type of immigration either. It's not conducted the same way. Like people aren't coming from white countries hiding under crates on boats and just sneaking into the country.
Well, maybe we need to take a look as a society at why people are feeling, at what's going on in their countries, as to why people are feeling the need to do that.
But
And
why?
but
We have a lot of poor people in our country that we need to be worried about, that we're not really worried about, and now we're going to worry about what's going on in another country.
my point is they're going to come regardless, like, and they're more apt to not come if the conditions in their country were better, number
So
one.
we should go fix those conditions.
Or we should at least stop causing them. Like, let's be real, we caused the, like, U.S. interventionism caused the coup in Honduras. Like, they caused, like U.S. interventionism and capitalism caused, like, vigilante violence.
We
And
didn't give Mexico a corrupt government.
the point, we contributed to it by patronizing the cartels.
I mean, but the cartels gave Mexico a corrupt government. The military gave Mexico a corrupt government. Mexico was going to be a corrupt government with or without America.
But my point is that, like, it's very, to me, it's discriminatory to say, like, to judge immigrants only from Latinx countries. Like,
I don't think, and I'm sorry to cut you off. I just want to say, I don't think that they're judging immigrants only from Latinx countries, because they're not judging immigrants from Spain. They're not judging.
Isn't count as a lot. Spain isn't a Latinx country, though. Spain is, with, like, Latin America doesn't see Spain as part of them.
Right. But okay, so, but what I mean is, we're not judging only Latinx people. We're judging the nature or the way that Latinx people come into the country. They do it differently than everyone else.
So what you're saying is that if Slovenia was in the geographic place that Mexico is in, and Slovenians were, like, walking across the border, that we would do it the same way?
Well, I mean, we're not judging Canadians, but Canadians aren't coming across the border the same way.
But Canadians don't have a need to.
Yeah, but that's beside the point. Like, I understand what you're saying. Okay, you know, if I get it. Like, there is a need for those people in Mexico to have a better lifestyle. I get it. Why is that an American problem?
It's just, I mean, technically you're right that, like, their own countries should be taking care of their own problems, but I don't know, it's emotional. Like, I feel a type of way, like, if I feel like anybody's judging, like, or
I'm not judging them.
No, but in general, I feel a type of way if people are doing anything that can wreak havoc to the ingrained life of, like, of Latinx communities. Like, I feel a type of way because it's personal.
I just think,
you know what I mean?
I just think that we should just put the babies in a basket, give them a bottle of Enfamil, push them across the river.
I don't even have a response to that. Like, I hope you're being sarcastic. Because that's, like, we're talking about human beings here, not, like, you know, sacks of flour.
Listen, some things build character. No, you know, I'm kidding, right?
You better be kidding. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Like the entire time I've been kidding.
So you've basically been like playing devil's advocate to like make me articulate why I feel a type of way.
Pretty much.
But
My next thing was I was gonna say I was a basket baby, and I turned out okay.
I will say this though. There is one thing in that entire tirade that I do think about, and I feel I will stand on. I still don't understand, on one hand, why what happens in another country is our country's problem if our country has problems that we're not addressing.
No, I'm
As far as
I can agree with.
immigrants that are already here,
I could tell you a few reasons.
Here's the thing, I can agree with the fact that America needs to fix their own damn problems
well hold on.
before
I
they
said
go trying to fix everyone else's, but
I did say on the one hand, because on the other hand, I also consider that if my toe has an infection in it, I can't ignore it because gangrene could set in, and I could lose my foot.
and it can
You understand
cause
what I'm
bigger
saying?
problems.
And then I have bigger problems. So when I look at continental North America, which is a continent comprised of 3 countries, right? I don't understand how 2 countries can be on some level prosperous and ignore. I could say it's a difference if we were like continental Africa with 50 plus countries, right? There's no reason why people in North Africa should really be concerned. Countries in North Africa should really be concerned with what's going on in like Southeast
In
Africa or what have you.
Ethiopia,
Right. So, but we only have 3 countries on this continent. I don't understand how we also ignore the plight of the 3rd country on the continent. So, I'm at odds. I don't have a problem with immigrants that are here. I don't have a problem with immigration. I don't. All that was a joke. I do certainly consider, well, why do we really, on one hand, why do we really care about, not care, because we should care, but, why have our hands in the pot of another country's problems?
Why is it our obligation?
Right. Only on one hand though. Only on the one hand though, because again, on the other hand, I don't think we should just be leaving Mexico out there either.
but here's the thing, here's my point. It's not our obligation as a country as a whole to have our hand in the problems of another country as a whole, but I'm talking about like, treating individual human beings humanely, and I feel like the immigration enforcement does not do that in the US. It's like they're trying to like, I don't know, it's like they're trying to just like treat you. I just feel like you can't treat a human being inhumanely because you have a problem with like, because you have a general problem, like, you know what I mean?
I agree.
For one thing, we created a lot of we created like a lot of circumstances that kind of forced people.
American interventionism created a lot of the circumstances in Mexico and Central America leading to what's going on with undocumented immigration.
Absolutely. We empowered cartels. We funded cartels. We funneled money into drugs. We certainly
Supported the coup in Honduras.
We certainly profited off of the biggest export out of Central American countries, which is cocaine.
And just horrible trade deals that like really hurt people's economies big time.
But the point is that instead of like, instead of trying to do something to fix the root cause, you get people like our current idiot in chief who just think the whole damn problem is going to be solved if he just makes America white again. like he puts out this narrative of like, you know, the Mexicans are stealing your jobs, but like in my experience anyways, most American citizens like stomp their foot and refuse to do like a lot of the jobs that undocumented immigrants will do.
That's because as undocumented immigrants, they don't have to get
They
paid.
don't have to get paid minimum wage, exactly.
So that's the thing. If you and part of me actually recently has been suspecting that if we actually had American workers, if they actually insisted on hiring American workers to do these jobs, the entire infrastructure might collapse because a lot of these companies are simply not prepared to pay them livable wages.
Or conversely, if we said that we had to pay minimum wage, no matter if a person was documented or not.
Well, no, if you're legal, you can't. It's against the law to pay somebody less than minimum wage in this country if they're a natural.
No, what I'm saying is that instead of hiring Americans for the job, not paying the Mexicans $2 an hour, paying them $8.75 an hour, whatever minimum wage is to begin with.
Well, they're already doing that though. Like they're already paying them less.
No, I'm saying don't pay less.
Or just hire American citizens. You know what I mean?
But I'm saying if the American citizens won't do the job, if they can't find American citizens, they should be paying the undocumented workers the same as they would have hypothetically paid an American citizen.
Yeah, but just like Sam said, though, they're not probably.
They should be. I'm sorry, Ish. Go ahead.
No, go on, man.
No, I was going to say no. I mean, thank you for. Thank you for supporting me, for backing me up. No, my point was that we should be the priority should be to hire American citizens and to pay them at least minimum wage. The whole.
But my point is that if they paid, like, I'm sorry, I have to say this. My point is that if they paid Mexican or undocumented immigrants, not necessarily only Mexican, but if they paid immigrants, if they were required to pay immigrants a minimum wage rather than underpaying them, there would be no incentive for them to hire undocumented immigrants over American workers.
Exactly. So I think we're on the same page with this.
Right, because then they wouldn't hire the immigrants.
Exactly. And by hiring undocumented immigrants, that takes away a job from an American citizen who could use one, and it would affect, and it would decrease, and it would get them off of, and more job opportunities would open up for American citizens if we took care of this, and it would decrease the amount of people who need to rely on public assistance because of the skill set that like
these jobs don't require skills.
Exactly. So the people who are going to suffer the people who are suffering the most from undocumented immigrants being paid like under minimum wage are not just the undocumented workers, but American citizens who could otherwise be employed in these minimum wage jobs. Because
look, I'm saying I don't disagree with you on that.
Right.
What I'm saying is that America as a country is not solving the problem properly right now as it stands, because it's a systemic problem that has to be fixed across the board as far as like disincentivizing the hiring of undocumented immigrants. But instead they're handling the problem by just throwing out people without papers on their asses. And
I mean, it's a catch-22, because if you disincentivize it, then what are you asking these undocumented immigrants to do or potentially become?
But you need to my point is that you can't you just can't be inhumane about it, and they're being inhumane about it. like what, like it's total inhumanity to like throw someone out who's like got a system going, who's been like in America for like and had a system going for God knows how many years without any kind of support to like
I
legalize
don't think we should be.
themselves.
I don't think we should be throwing people out. I don't know what we should be doing because it's really a catch-22. There are a lot of poor Americans who rightfully will feel some type of way.
But the problem is that like our current president has capitalized on the fact that a lot of Americans feel some type of way about undocumented immigrants working in America, but that's kind of been like, how do I phrase this? That's kind of been like, you know, migrated into like turning into like xenophobia and racism towards the undocumented immigrants when it's not really their fault. Like
that's
individually that the system is fucked up.
That's true, but this problem pre-exists 45.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but like the way he talks about them, like that's not racist.
I didn't say that. I said that this particular issue did not start when he got into office. Like this has been going on for decades.
Well, of course this issue has been going on for decades, but his solution to the issue is to take a knife and like inhumanely try to throw everybody out on their ass.
Do you know that
one of the most horrible things that I've witnessed in my lifetime was those kids being put in cages and separated from their parents?
Exactly. Like that's inhumane treatment. Like it's abuse. And I understand that this is a problem, but like with undocumented immigrants taking jobs that could go to like American citizens on.
I mean, a lot of the jobs are jobs that American citizens wouldn't do.
They would do it though if you could get a minimum wage though.
Sure, yes, exactly. Yes, they would. That's the reason that they won't do it is because that corporations are refusing to pay them a minimum wage. That's really why. If they did it, they would.
But
well, I mean, some of them are pretty rough. I mean, some of them are pretty tough, like the picking fruit jobs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you know, there's some 16, 17-year-old kid whose first job for $15 an hour picking fruit, he's gonna do it.
I mean, that's the thing though. That's the thing too. Like anybody will do like any like high school kid will do like a dirty job for minimum wage. No,
that job's a lot tougher than people think though. I mean, they had a
I mean, I've done it.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, excuse me.
My mom did it.
Excuse me, working in fast food or working
Mom
in
used
any
to sack
menial
potatoes.
job. Working in any menial job is a lot more taxing than anybody gives anybody any credit for. Like I would venture to argue that, you know, the 16 or 17-year-old kid working at McDonald's, like that's really not that much easier than some of these jobs that undocumented immigrants are doing.
I'd say it's easier.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely easier. I mean I'm basing my information on like this study. I don't know if it was. I think it might have been.
But you'd say what's easier than what? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
I'm saying that working fast food is a lot easier than like
putting potatoes in a sack for 8 hours a day.
Yeah, than picking fruit in a hot sun.
Physically, yes, I'll give that to you.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're definitely talking about
I will give that to you, but people don't understand the amount of emotional labor involved in like a fast food job or any job where you have to deal with fucking customers.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying like some of that stuff, like the stuff that I'm talking about and what Ish is talking about was like they put out a I don't know if it was Conan a few years ago. They basically put out like it was like a little contest of like who would go and pick cotton, and I think Conan was the only one who actually agreed to do it, and it was like ridiculously hard. It wasn't like anything else. That was like the kind of work that like no one else like agreed to do. It was
Right.
like back break, like out in the sun like all day, just like
But still,
picking fruit.
the point does stand that like if somebody was getting paid appropriately, they would choose to do that. So,
Yeah, the people would still do it. I agree with you, Mike, but I also agree that
It might be more. They might require more than $15 an hour.
but I
I'm
said
saying.
paid adequately, not necessarily paid a certain amount. But here's my point: is that like I personally, it's like logically I understand that we should take care of the sentiment of we should take care of Americans, but and not worry about other countries' problems. But the way things stand, the way things stand. Sorry to cut you off, but this is really important to me. Like the way things stand, they're throwing people out on their asses cruelly. Like it's inhumane, like to take away somebody's support. Like let's say you've got somebody in the country whose papers expired due to some sort of mitigating circumstance and their support system is here. They get deported. They're not allowed back in this country for 10 years, even legally. Like that could kill them. Like that could basically like completely ruin like any semblance of their life. Like that's not okay to take away people's support systems like that.
Yeah, it's definitely not.
So what I think when you talk about reform, immigration reform, I think those are things that need to be looked at, right? Like, how long have you been here? Let's evaluate how entrenched you are into this country before we just kick you out. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I know there are places in California where like hospitals are required to treat, immigrants that don't have identification because so many immigrants don't have identification. I think these are like, this should go without saying because, you're a hospital, right? You shouldn't be turning people away.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, I don't know. This might be this might be one of the most and I know we talk about it all the time. It's always a political talking point. It's like Sam said, years before Trump, this was a talking point, but it still might be, one of the most unrecognized, and as much as we recognize it, plights in our country. The average person just lives their daily life without considering how marginalized illegal immigrants are.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I actually know somebody, I have a friend, a high school classmate who, I guess still is a Republican, but he's like a never Trumper at this point. What happened was his mother came here. They're Jewish Russians. They fled Russia to come here. Obviously to escape anti-Semitic persecution. And they came here and then they, did not come here legally, but they became naturalized citizens. And they put in they did. They came here on asylum. So that is legal. They came here on asylum and they went into work to put in naturalized papers. So for most of his adult life, a lot of my classmates were not interested in hearing anything that he had to say about immigrants because he had no patience for illegal immigrants because, you know, he and his mother put in the work, like all the years that it took to become naturalized citizens. And he had no patience for people who didn't want to do the same thing. He's just, because like a lot of people have an art all over the world, but you know, why should anybody else like get in, basically take an easy pass on a route that they had to put in years of work. And furthermore, there is a respect. I do feel to a certain point that there is. Okay. Anyway, so that was his point. He was basically so appalled by the way Trump spoke about all immigrants coming into the country when Trump was running that he basically turned Democrat. So,
well, to put it in perspective, like I just typed it into the chat box on the Zoom, like the reason why I get so overheated, but I don't want to say it on air because it's like
okay.
private family information, but just so that you're aware of like
Sure.
the situation that I'm coming from.
Of course. Of course.
Like it is like.
But yeah, it's personal and it's valid.
It's very personal.
Absolutely.
Like basically anything that's fucking with like someone that's like anyone that's fucking with my family, I'm like,
yep. Oh, totally.
Like that sets me off, and like the immigration issue is like, I'm sorry, that's fucking with my family, and you don't fuck with my family. Like that's why I feel such a strong type of way about it.
Absolutely.
Well, you know, there's this a feeling that some folks have, like, I came in a certain type of way, you know, into this country, and all other immigrants should come in the same kind of way. It's just like, it's not a very empathetic way of like looking at things, you know? And like some immigrants do that, you know? They look at
like when you're talking about someone who has asylum, you absolutely had a different platform than someone has to, you know, escape their country, so to speak.
Well, right, exactly. But there's some validity to it though, because it's not just, I mean, you have to be, I mean, you have to be able to, our government, I mean, the way our government is set up, it's like they're set up for a certain amount of people. Like, it's just, the more people that we let in, the more people are going to be, it's going to be draining on our government. It's going to be draining on our taxes. And we have to be able to, I mean, there has to be a way for us to get to a point where we can, I mean, we can't just let anybody in who wants to come in just because. And I'm not saying.
And we don't do that. What we do is like we like discriminate, and B, like there are people who have gone through a very arduous process to like get here, and they've been vetted, and you know, their background came up clean, and they still got stuck at the border because we had number, you know, 45 at the head of us. So like, yeah, no one's saying we should have open borders, and like, yeah, we know it's going to be hard for our people if we don't like have any kind of order, but we have all of that stuff in place. So those just become moot, like talking.
Well, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know if you guys were, I don't know if you guys were, I didn't know if you guys were like advocating for open borders or not.
Here's the thing. It's like, I don't advocate for open borders per se, and I do agree that there should be a system in place, but there's a couple of things. Number one, like the system put in place needs to be a lot less rigid than it is now, because they make it in some cases, and with certain countries, they make it extremely hard for people they're like, oh no, wait, you can't get back from like, you know, you can't, like, you know, come in from Mexico because there's already 15 people ahead of you in line from Mexico. Like, there shouldn't be quotas on people from specific countries if, like, if the entire capacity isn't filled. But also, like, it's like they need to be more, they can't throw people out on their asses who tried to do it right and have a mitigating condition. Like, the situation which I wrote about in the chat box, like, you know, for those of you guys that did see it, like, that person came in on a visa like normal, like, came in with papers, ended up like was kind of like nomadic and like undiagnosed schizophrenic, ended up getting sucked into a cult and basically walking around the entire, like, roaming around the entirety of like the Arizona desert, having like a schizophrenic breakdown with this cult. And a different family member of this person found them homeless in the middle of the Arizona desert. And during the time in which he was homeless, his papers expired and they got him, like, you know, medical help for his condition, but now he's terrified of getting deported because then he would have to follow the 10-year rule and be stuck back, like, you know, like, he's been in the US for years and years and years, and like going back to his home country, like, a lot of the family left in the home country has disowned him. Like, like, he doesn't trust that he would have the support for his condition.
Yeah.
Like, if he got deported. So that's like why I feel a type of way about immigration.
No, of course.
Now, what is why hasn't he tried to become naturalized?
To be honest, I think it's kind of a result of his condition. Like, he doesn't, like, I think he's paranoid about, like, I think he's fearful of, like, making his presence known, I guess, is the case. And also, like, I think that, like, I don't know, I actually don't totally understand the logistics. Like, I'm not the most knowledgeable on the subject, but the impression that I get is that, like, he doesn't see any possible legal path with, like, the visa and the expired papers in the situation. Like, basically that.
Well, aren't there people that there are people who do this kind of work? I mean, you know, legal aid has an immigration unit. Like, there must be, he could, like, and there must be, he should check that out or something.
I mean, hypothetically, yes, but like I said, I think it comes along, like, with the fear associated with his condition. And, like, I think that, like, especially under 45, like, he's just, like, terrified to make his presence known.
Okay, but he could still, I mean, he still has, there are still things that he could do. I mean, like I said, legal aid has an immigration unit. They evaluate cases, you know, that they work pro bono.
No, look, I agree with you, but, like,
Attorney-client privilege.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but, like, it's an issue of,
mental health.
mental health and trust.
Okay. But
Like, I think they don't want to bring any outside people into the situation.
I realize that, but as long as they continue to live like this is going to be how his life is going to be. Like
Yeah, it's always going to be an issue.
He's always going to be like, it's a miserable way to live. If he's just going to be always like, he's going to live basically in hiding. So, and I mean, I sympathize, and I do sympathize with him, but if he doesn't like reach out in some way, he's going to have, doesn't make some attempt in some way to rectify this, this is what his life is going to look like while he's here. And so, and you can, I mean, so is that how, I don't know if is that how he wants to live the rest of his life? It can't be fun.
I mean, to be honest, I really don't know. And
I mean, but this paints an interesting comparison, right? Because is it worse if he got sent back? And
yes.
while hold on, while I understand some of the things that you explained, if he got, and I'm not saying he should get sent back, because I'm with Sam, I sympathize with him.
I don't want him to get sent back.
But if he did, at the very least, he wouldn't have to hide. And if there is a healthcare system in play that can help him, you understand what I'm saying? I don't know.
But the way that I understand, and again, like the way the situation was explained to me, was that he would be unable to get his medication, like, back in his home country, and plus, like, he's kind of needed. He's like with the individual that he's living with, he's taking care of that, and he's like taking care of that individual.
Wait, so this person who is paranoid schizophrenic is being a caregiver for somebody else?
No, I'll explain it. I'll explain it. I don't want to say it on air.
Okay.
But like,
can we stop recording then?
Yeah. Could you pause the video?
Yeah.
And I didn't want to make you edit.
Yeah.
But, and I'm still the only one who catches myself. But at any rate, like, I think it's an issue of like, if you want to bring like, look at it in sole purpose and sole terms of the law, like there's different, when you're talking about the law in general, there's different like degrees of breaking the law. Like, technically, is it a law that you're supposed to drive 65 miles an hour on the New York Thruway? Yes. Do I drive 80? Yes. You know what I mean? As long as I don't get in an accident, am I hurting anybody? No.
You lost me.
What I'm saying is that like there's a difference in between, like, everybody uses the but it's illegal argument for a lot of things, but like undocumented immigration included.
Well, yeah, okay. I was saying with the car scenario, it confused me because the car scenario, the state speed law versus driving at 80. I mean, there's a clear difference, right? Now at 80, the reason why there's a speed law of 65 is because the potential for danger at greater speeds. Doesn't mean that there isn't a potential at 65, but certainly
but you're not
greater at greater speeds.
That's not the point. Like, the point is that,
well, that's why we're talking about the law, right? That's why.
But the point that's not the point that I was intending to make with that.
Oh, that's why I was saying it confused me, because if
the point I was intending to make was that, yes, there's a rationale behind that law, and you're not going to get any argument from me about like pedestrians being killed, being more likely to be killed if a car hits them at higher speeds, for example. Like, you're not going to get any argument from me there. But what I'm saying is that, like, even though there's a rationale for the law, like, people break that law all the time, and we don't take, like, extreme measures against them for that, as long
Yeah,
as, like, you know,
the law's not the end all be all, right? We
or
don't
like,
we don't live our life, you know, we're not like slaves to the law.
or like, for example, like how many, like, New York law, and we've said this like multiple times, like before, New York law, marijuana is decriminalized, marijuana is not legalized, and we've all said it, and we've all seen it, of like people looking, of like cops or whoever looking the other way. I've experienced it, like cops looking the other way when I clearly reek of weed. But like, my point is that I want to go smoke a blunt right now. I'm not hurting. Like, as long as I'm not blowing the smoke in anyone's face, it's not affecting anybody but myself. But it's still technically against the law, just the same as like as if an undocumented immigrant comes in and is just like minding their own business, you know,
Yeah.
as opposed to like being a serial killer or something. Like, I feel like there's just like, you can't really use like, but it's illegal as like a justification not to do anything, if that makes any sense. Like, there has to
Sure.
be more backup for like why you shouldn't do it.
Right.
Well, I definitely wish the best for him.
It's just, I mean, honestly, excuse my French because I know you're recording, but it's a clusterfuck of a situation. Like, but I look,
Now he currently gets he has health insurance. He can, or he has a doctor here.
yeah, but then there's the fear of losing that if something were to happen to the person he's living with. Not to mention, like, on top of that, said person never became a citizen themselves, so, but is legal, is a green card holder. So there's, the whole thing's just a mess. Like, immigration is just very, I
Yeah.
find immigration, especially in the Latinx community, is just a mess because, like, you get, like, you know, well, person A is undocumented and is a family member of person B who happens to have a green card, but person B only has a green card because they married person C, who's an American citizen, and then they had a kid, and so the kid's an American citizen, and it's just like I find in large Latinx families, like, it's like mixed immigration status smorgasbord.
So he so my curiosity is, and I'm still, and I'm glad we had this conversation. I'm still stuck on this on this particular person,
Yeah,
and I know we're not in all cases beholden to the law. The law is organic. There are mitigating circumstances, the whole nine. Like Sam mentioned earlier, right? Like there are people willing to, you know, work on this situation pro bono, and certainly attorney-client confidentiality. And again, I'm sorry to bring it back to this particular case, but I think I'm concerned. Like, what's going to happen to this guy? I think it
oh no,
like,
well, trust me, to everybody around him is also concerned about that.
Yeah,
Like,
but I mean,
we just don't know what the fuck to do.
well, he's got to make the choice, like you said. But he's definitely got to do something. Like, what helps is that he had papers, right? They just expired.
Yeah. Like, I honest to God don't understand why it is the way it is, but you know, what right do I have to walk in and walk in from my position and tell people how to do things, Because it's not because it's not because it's not my family. I mean, like, it is, but it isn't, if you catch my drift.
So, okay, so you kind of identified how these laws can be inhumane and on some levels racist. Like, what would you suggest would be some of the solutions? Like, I definitely think there needs to be reform. Like, I definitely think that, up until this point, I don't think that anyone has ever really wanted to evaluate the type of reform necessary. I think it's just, a hard stance one side of the fence or the other.
Well, I think it's an issue of that people should be vetted when they come into the country, and that there shouldn't be quotas of how many people can come in from one specific country. Like, for example, let's say that you say, okay, we're giving out XYZ number of visas for within the period of the next 6 months. 10 of them are reserved to people from Mexico and 20 of them are reserved to people from Slovenia, let's say. And I just keep saying Slovenia because that's where Trump's wife came from. So I kind of keep pulling it out as an example. Like, the way I understand the immigration system, at least the way it was explained to me, is that a lot of times they reserve, say, a specific number of visas for people from a specific country, and oftentimes there's more available to people coming from majority white countries than from Latin America and Africa and parts of Asia and what have you. So I feel that let's say, for example, they'll say we have 30 visas, 10 go to people from Mexico and 10 go to people from and 20 go to people from Slovenia. Well, what if only 10 people apply from Slovenia? What's stopping you from giving the rest of them to Mexicans? It's the sheer, if there's a line, if it's really about the sheer number of people, if I'm making any sense. It's just an issue. It's an issue of that they have quotas of how many people can come in from specific countries, to my knowledge, and I feel that those quotas are lower for non-European countries. So that's where I kind of feel that the xenophobia comes in. But also I don't know, I feel that just people keep saying there needs to be more social workers and mental health professionals and whatnot in law enforcement. There needs to be in immigration more social workers and people trained in mental health in immigration services as well.
Hey,
can-
I'm gonna drop out, but I don't know if you want to take back the recording ability. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can.
I'm gonna head out, you guys.
Okay.
Gotta wake up early, but this was delightful.
I
And
mean,
Yeah.
maybe we could leave it on a cliffhanger.
yeah,
Okay.
I definitely have opinions I want to share about this too, but I kind of came in the middle of it and didn't want to go too much. We go to yeah. But in any event, this was awesome. I'm looking forward to the next one, whenever that may be. Hopefully, certainly no later than a week from now. Hopefully sooner. But I wish you all the best. And KD and Ish, I look forward to meeting you in person someday. Hopefully.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Or
For sure.
actually seeing you.
Well, I've already seen what Ish looks like.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm
Well,
not
I've
going
seen
to be
what
in
both of
ghost
them
mode.
look like, but
I think KD is asleep and Mike is on his way to sleep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be on my way to sleep soon.
Good night, all.
All right,
good night.
Sam, man, it's always a pleasure, bro.
Likewise, buddy. Take care, everyone. Good night, Flavia. Good night, Emily.
All
Good
right,
night.
Sam. All right, it's all right, Katie. All right, Emily.
Good
Oh,
night, Moon. Good night, stars.
Everybody's leaving.
I mean, I think everybody's mostly tired.